afternoon, everyone. We are about to begin shortly. As you find your seats, we would like to kindly request that you have your mobile phones and all other electronic devices switched off or placed on silent mode to ensure a smooth and uninterrupted program this afternoon. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can I invite you to please take your seats? We are about to begin shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to begin shortly. As you find your seats, we would like to kindly request that you have your mobile phones and all other electronic devices switched off or placed on silent mode to ensure a smooth and uninterrupted program this afternoon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I invite you to please take your seats? We are about to begin very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 2 minutes. Can I please invite you to take your seats? Announcing the arrival of Minister of Economy, Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli, and Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi bin Nik Ahmad. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to invite you to stand for our national anthem, the Negaraku. Ladies and gentlemen, can we invite you to remain standing for a quick group Wi-Fi photograph? Photographers, please come up front on the stage to capture the moment. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Salam Sejahtera. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Invest Malaysia 2023 by Bursa Malaysia on Reshaping Malaysia's Narrative. Distinguished guests, Tan Sri, Puan Sri, Dato' Datin, Tuan Tuan dan Puan Puan. In this installment of Invest Malaysia, co-hosted together with Maybank and CLSA, we will focus our attention on the launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap and its flagship catalyst projects and initiatives. To commence our agenda, it gives me great pleasure to invite the Chairman of Bursa Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar, to deliver his welcome remarks. Dipersilakan, Tan Sri.
Thank you, Audrey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Tuan Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy, Yang berhormat Tuan Nik Nazmi, Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Awang Adik Hussein, Chairman of the Securities Commission, Encik Muhammad Rashdan, Muhammad Yusof, Chairman of the Energy Commission, Datuk Umar, members of the board of Bursa Malaysia, Maybank, CLSA, and all our partners, distinguished speakers and panelists, corporate leaders, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this special edition of Invest Malaysia 2023, where we congregate for the launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap, or NETR Part 1, the flagship catalyst projects and initiatives. Now, I must say that we have a sellout crowd today, Yang Berhormat Ministers, so we do have some standing room at the back, so we apologize for those people who have yet to secure a seat. But such is actually the great interest in the subject matter. Now, in terms of timing, I must say the timing is perfect, coming right after the launch of the new economic narrative this morning by the Honorable Prime Minister on Ekonomi Madani Memperkasa Rakyat, which is basically to build a better and sustainable Malaysia together. Ladies and gentlemen, Back in 2021, in September, when the government pledged the commitment to be a net zero greenhouse gas emissions nation as early as 2050, many of us who were about to attend the COP26 at Glasgow were very much relieved, because that meant that Malaysia has joined the more than 90% of global economies that have pledged to net zero by mid-century. Now, the challenge then is that how do we get there? Well, based on the biennial update report, number 4, as submitted to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in December 2022, Malaysia has a gross greenhouse gas emissions of some 376 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Now, 52% of the emissions came from the energy sector, and another 17% came from the transportation sector. We are, however, fortunate that we have some 18 million hectares of forest cover that's able to sequester some 256 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from the environment in Malaysia. That means that on a net basis, we have a net emission of 116 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And that's actually the figure that we have to bring down to zero come 2050. Now, obviously, we must protect that 18 million forest cover that we have. And to me, that would be another separate conversation which we've been having with Minister Nik Nazmi over the past many months, and that conversation will continue. But on the other hand, if we need to lower our emissions, naturally, we have to address the source of the emission, which is 69% coming from the energy and the transportation sector. And this is where the launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap is very much lauded. And as highlighted by Minister Rafizi last week, our efforts in energy transition have earned Malaysia the recognition of being the best in Southeast Asia in the Global Energy Transition Index by the World Economic Forum. It acknowledges Malaysia's progress and plans in ensuring a timely and appropriate energy transition. And among other factors, the index takes into consideration our nation's readiness to switch to more environmentally friendly energy sources. And this achievement is particularly significant and comes at a crucial stage as we gear up for the upcoming climate negotiation at COP26 in Dubai later this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition presents a significant economic opportunity, particularly for developing countries like Malaysia. Well, it's also very much reflected in our capital market. We have some 31 public listed companies in the energy sector, representing 2.2% of the 38 billion ringgit of the total market capitalization. Now, obviously, all this conversation about the energy transition has created significant interest in some of the renewable energy players. We have seen the performance of some of the energy-related companies listed on Bursa Malaysia is quite strong, and some of them have achieved year-on-year market capitalization growth of more than 70% this year. And obviously, over the past week, we have seen a lot of interest in TENAGA stocks too. We have seen significant inflows of foreign investors coming back to the market. Well, the reason many of us are here today or watching online is that we recognize that the topics to be covered are very much multifaceted and have vast impact. The energy transition extends beyond climate benefits. It has the full potential to safeguard, drive, and generate rich rewards in many sectors of the economy. And our discussions this afternoon will provide deeper insight into these developments and touch on financing needs and opportunities to unlock our energy transition. And speaking of financing, I would like to highlight Wabi Nazmi's statement in the Malaysia Transition Energy Outlook report published by ARENA, whereby Malaysia will require an investment of 637 billion ringgit up to 2050 to increase its renewable energy capacity. Now, some of you might be asking, how does that fit in within the context of our carbon market? Well, if you look at the numbers, about 60% of the 600 billion ringgit required will be commercially viable on its own. But some, as much as 25%, will require some form of carbon pricing. And this is where our efforts at Bursa, Malaysia, to develop the Bursa carbon market become significant. And this was very much based on the mandate given by the government when we were asked to launch the Bursa Carbon Exchange last year. In fact, the exchange was launched within Wabi Nazmi's first week in office. Thank you, Wabi, for doing that for us. And we had our first two contracts traded or auctioned in March this year. Now, this is obviously one of the building blocks towards establishing carbon pricing that will help finance some of the actions and investments required for Malaysia to achieve our net zero target as early as 2050. Now, for us at Malaysia, we are fortunate because we hold immense potential to generate high-quality carbon credits from the wealth of nature that we have, the 18 million hectares of forest that I mentioned, as well as the technology-based resources to support our energy transition. Now, as I mentioned, 55% of our total land area is covered by forests, and we have some 46 trillion cubic feet of carbon storage capacity in our depleted oil and gas fields. And apart from that, there are plenty of opportunities for low-hanging fruits, such as methane recovery from palm oil mill effluent, POME, industrial wastewater and landfills, which can be harnessed for biogas electricity generation. Ladies and gentlemen, back to today's program. We will obviously have later the keynote address by Wabi Rafizi, and after that, we'll be launching the National Energy Transition Roadmap. Wabi Rafizi will then be joined by Wabi Nazmi and Encik Rashdan in a panel discussion to be moderated by Datuk Umar, our CEO, where they will discuss how the transition will propel Malaysia's economic growth and sustainability agenda. And after that, we will have the UM group presenting on the development of renewable energy zones, and Samrabi Property will then share their efforts in promoting solar solutions to residential townships. And Petronas, being at the forefront of energy development and the nation's energy sovereignty, will be sharing on carbon capture, utilization and storage, or CCUS. And subsequently, we will have a session to delve into ESG research, followed by a conversation with some of the leading hyperscalers operating in Malaysia. We're talking about Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft Malaysia. And we will then conclude our program with a sharing session by TENAGA National, which is currently hot in the market. Now, obviously, to do this kind of program, it requires great support from everyone at the two ministries. And beyond that, we are especially grateful for the strong support of our partners here at Invest Malaysia, and in particular from Maybank, as well as from CLSA. So to that, we thank you for your support. And on that note, it gives me great pleasure to invite Maybank Group President and CEO, Datuk Khairul Ramli, to deliver his remarks. Datuk.
Thank you, Tan Sri Wahid. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, Yang Berhormat Tuan Muhammad Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy, Yang Berhormat Tuan Nik Nazmi, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Datuk Sri Ahmad Adi, Chairman of SC, Cik Muhammad Rashdan, Chairman of Energy Commission, Cik Omar Swift, CEO Bersama Malaysia, Maybank colleagues, speakers and panelists, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sustainability remains a key discussion point globally. People, governments and organizations have now started to fully appreciate its importance to our future. As mentioned by Tan Sri Wahid this morning, we saw PM launch Ekonomi Madani, Memperkasa Rakyat, Building a Better Malaysia Together, with the theme of rebuilding the Malaysian home by regionalizing our businesses, transforming our economy, and increasing national competitiveness. And one of the 8 pillars of Ekonomi Madani is green growth to promote climate resilience. So today, we applaud YB Tuan Muhammad Rafizi, YB Tuan Nik Nazmi, and the government for the launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap, Phase 1, in support of that particular pillar. In October 21, Malaysia announced its commitment to reduce emissions intensity by 45% based on GDP by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. So therefore, expediting the implementation of the National Energy Transition Roadmap is a critical step forward. And not least because it is targeting to attract an investment of 25 billion ringgit at least that has been announced and create 23,000 high-quality jobs, but also because it will help to position Malaysia as a regional leader in renewable energy. A big thank you to Tan Sri Wahid, Chairman of Bursa, and Dr. Omar, Bursa Malaysia CEO, for giving Maybank the opportunity to co-host today's milestone event. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is interesting to note that despite the severe blow dealt to the global economy by the pandemic and the ESG backlash that we are currently witnessing, especially in the US, investment flows towards energy transition continue to rise, reaching $1.1 trillion in 2022, up over 30% from the previous year. This goes to show that investors recognize just how important the transition to renewable energy and a low-carbon economy is to our future. And according to Bloomberg, 2022 saw a remarkable acceleration in energy transition, in part because of the energy crisis, with record renewable energy installations and electric vehicle sales worldwide. The global auto industry is undergoing a sea change with implications to the energy sector, as electrification is set to avoid the need for 5 million barrels of oil a day by 2030. The annual Global EV Outlook report from the International Energy Action Agency shows that electric vehicles' share of the global car market stood at 4% in 2020. It is expected to reach 18% this year. However, the overwhelming majority of these vehicles are concentrated in 3 markets: China, Europe, and the US. More than half of all electric vehicles on the road today are in China. Closer to home in Malaysia, the Road Transport Department reports more than 10,000 fully electric vehicles registered in the department's database. At Maybank, we remain unwavering in our sustainability efforts. As of March 2023, I'm pleased to say we have mobilized a total of almost 40 billion ringgit under our Sustainability Commitment 1 to support low-carbon transition initiatives and sustainable development outcomes. In this regard, we have been actively helping our clients in their transition and decarbonizing initiatives in the real estate, power, and oil and gas sectors, among others. Our involvement includes a landmark sustainability-linked 1.1 billion ringgit project financing deal in Pengerang Independent Terminals, whose operations are involved in a high-risk and hard-to-abate sector. So people may ask, why brown sector? Brown sector, right? Transition, by definition, to us is a journey. In positioning customer centricity at the heart of our decision-making, we recognize that no 2 clients are going to be the same. Our clients will be on different stages of their transition journey. We also recognize that we have the most impact in shaping the future when we make the effort to understand our clients' needs and proactively help them on their respective transition pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, Maybank aims to become part of our clients' sustainability journey, whether for fundraising, for advising, or investing. So with this as context, I'm pleased to announce the launch of Maybank's Enhanced Environmental, Social and Governance, or ESG research later. The ESG research is a key thought leadership initiative aimed at broadening and deepening the understanding of ESG principles amongst our clients. Reports from Morningstar state that in the first quarter of 2023, total sustainable fund flows into Asia ex-Japan stood at $1.7 billion, or a mere 5.9% of total global sustainable fund flows. Clearly, we can do much better, collectively in attracting more sustainable investments. It is going to require bold and ambitious plans, strong execution, and yes, a better appreciation of ESG and why it needs to be integrated into how we live and invest. With the National Energy Transition Roadmap, Malaysia presents the perfect opportunity to advance this agenda in this part of the world. At Maybank again, for the ESG research, we will be investing about 1.6 million ringgit over 2 years to elevate the research capabilities of our analysts for ESG research via professional certification and upskilling programs. So we're committed to staying ahead of the learning curve in our effort to keep our clients abreast of the latest ESG trends and very much in line of us trying to be a leader on this area, in this area. So as you know, motoring community has been abuzz with news of Tesla launch last week. I'm pleased to say we have entered a strategic partnership with Tesla Malaysia as well, making Maybank a key EV financier in the country. So consumers will be able to own a Tesla through hire purchase financing from Maybank and auto insurance or takaful coverage from Etika. Ladies and gentlemen, from supporting businesses on their decarbonization journeys to arming our clients with market-leading ESG research and helping consumers own their first electric vehicle, we are constantly on lookout for ways to ease adoption of ESG principles into everyday lives. We are in a privileged position, and we take our role as a major enabler of holistic, sustainable financial solutions very seriously, in line with our mission of humanizing financial services. The transition to net carbon zero will require not just political will, but also significant investments, which of course predicated on solutions and advice, and this is where we come in. So in conclusion, we're committed to playing our part as a force for good in Malaysia's journey towards its net zero emission goal, realizing Malaysia's aspirations to become a leader in renewable energy. So we look forward to hearing from the esteemed speakers, and we wish you all a productive event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato'. And now for the keynote address, I'd like to invite on stage Minister of Economy, Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli. Dipersilakan, Yang Berhormat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Yang berhormat Saudara Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Yang berbahagia Datuk Nur Azmi Dirun, Secretary General, Ministry of Economy. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Umar, Chairman Bursa Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Awang Adi Hussein, Chairman of Securities Commission. Yang berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Umar Swift, CEO of Bursa Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Encik Rashdan Yusof, Chairman of Energy Commission. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Zamzam Raini Muhammad Isa, Chairman Maybank Berhad. Yang berbahagia Datuk Khairul Saleh Ramli, Group President and CEO of Maybank. Ms. Kate Lim, Country Head CLSA Malaysia. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moments like this do not happen often. A global crisis that demands urgent and serious action, an impetus to act that lies in the hands of a reformist government with political will, and a real opportunity for Malaysia to seize its one shot to be a regional powerhouse. Our economy has not changed much for the past 10 to 15 years. Our industry base is stuck in the middle, snared by the bottom of countries taking away our low-cost advantage and struggling to reach higher in the value chain to compete with more advanced economies. Our talents have migrated elsewhere to compete better, and our country is more accustomed to following the crowd than leading it. In the first month of assuming office at the Ministry of Economy, one of my main tasks was to find an area of focus that would combine our existing strengths, take advantage of global megatrends, and fundamentally transform how our economy works. The launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap today marks that important change in our thinking. It is not only a document that contains interim measures to meet our net zero target, but it is a combination of strategies and initiatives that could transform our economy, livelihoods, and our place in the world. After months of engagement, brainstorming, and securing final commitments, we will unveil phase 1 of the NETR that contains 10 flagship catalyst initiatives that will define policy thinking and economic direction in years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the NETR would help us transform our economy by opening up profitable ventures that are good for the environment and good for the economy. Our ability to continuously rely on finite oil and gas resources is diminishing. Frequent price shocks and structural decline in the fossil fuel industry has made it harder for us to treat oil and gas as Malaysia's be-all and end-all. For the past few years, our investments into renewable energy have lagged behind our peers. Southeast Asian counterparts that started their RE projects much later than ours have matched or even exceeded our installed capacity today. A key reason for this is because past administrations have not made the RE industry a sufficiently profitable venture for businesses to undertake. In fact, a race to the bottom was normally how the industry was structured in the past. NETR is this administration's effort to change the economics of RE so that we could rapidly scale up our installed capacity with the right infrastructure and technology. 2 months ago, the Ministry of Economy and it's very difficult to pronounce NEC's ministry, NRECC. I prefer to call it NREC, but they don't like it. It's wrecking something. 2 months ago, my ministry and NREC made a few pivotal policy decisions that actually went under the radar. First, we lifted the export ban of RE with the purpose of increasing the potential yield that could be obtained by companies that participate in this transition. Second, we announced the establishment of a central electricity exchange that will be operated by a single market aggregator to ensure prices are fair and transparent. And to double down on our commitment, We even stretch our RE installed capacity targets by nearly 2 times, from 40% to 70% by 2050. The NETR launched today puts these policies in motion by introducing 10 wide-ranging catalytic initiatives that will open up investment opportunities between 435 billion ringgit to 1.85 trillion ringgit by 2050. One of these projects is the integrated RE zone that will be championed by Khazanah Nasional Berhad and carried out through a joint venture between UEM and Itramas. At 1 gigawatt, this hybrid solar photovoltaic power plant is the largest of its kinds in Southeast Asia, and if I'm not mistaken, is number 8 in the world by capacity. The scale of our ambition has attracted high-profile global investments from major economic blocs totaling 6 billion ringgit, and that MOU shall be inked today. NETR also opens up the hydrogen pathway in Sarawak as it implements rounds of projects to emerge as the hydrogen hub in the country and put in place the framework of CCS, carbon capture and storage, so that catalyst projects could be implemented in these 2 years. We will continue to take advantage of the declining technology costs in RE and build first-mover advantage in nascent levers as we move our investment into these high-growth, high-value areas. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond this, we have also come to recognize that if we want to affect change at the national scale, we would only succeed if our policies touch people's lives on a day-to-day basis. Currently, the people who adopt clean solutions do so out of altruism and goodwill. Convincing a family of 4 to buy and install a solar panel at their rooftop for 20,000 ringgit at least, that's the cheapest investment. It's still very difficult to convince normal Malaysian families to fork out that amount of money. Understanding the science and data of energy transition is also out of reach to many who do not share the same sense of urgency as those who have spent decades in the utility sector. NETR is designed to break that mold and make clean energy a financially relevant option to most households today. We are turning it upside down. Instead of asking every household to pay for an expensive solar panel, we are offering an income opportunity. In every home, we intend to give households the option to lease out their rooftops in return for a monthly income that could lower their electricity bills and put more cash in their pockets. And I was very glad that SIMW Property came forward and in full support of this initiative, which they will share into this session. The government is taking the lead on this by allocating so far this year 80 million ringgit and more in the coming years for solar panels to be installed on the rooftops of government buildings. We are also changing our old practices internally at the government level, where we will no longer penalize government agencies because previously, when an agency took the initiative to install solar panel, their operational budget will be cut because it means that they incur less for electricity. So eventually it cancels each other out, you know. Government departments say, there's no point for me to go through this because what it does is basically my allocation will be cut. So we are also changing that. so that we won't deduct their budget from electricity savings, so that that budget hopefully can go for something else and that goes directly to the people. Soon, our vision is we would like to see solar panels installed nationwide, covering offices, factories, multi-purpose halls, mosques, and all types of buildings. To raise this consciousness further, Malaysians could also contribute used cooking oil and waste as feedstock for the biomass and biofuels as an energy lever under NETR. Outside the homes, NETR will also be felt on the road. 10,000 charging stations will be installed along highways and commercial buildings by 2050, and the first and last mile of public transport will also be electrified so that we travel with cleaner energy. With increased investments stimulated by NETR, more well-paying and high-value jobs will also be created. The first phase of NETR alone is estimated to bring about 23,000 high-impact jobs. That means more families could afford a more comfortable and secure life, giving better education to their children and better care to their parents. Working parents in clean energy jobs would also feel more fulfilled at impactful jobs that safeguards our children's future. These are not just plans, these are policies in motion. Ladies and gentlemen, but there is one last thing. As a nation, we are used to falling behind and lagging behind. And when others pace ahead, we rarely think about how we could be the ones leading others instead. With NETR, however, there is a real opportunity for us to lead Southeast Asia as the regional powerhouse in RE, but only if we dare to seize it. We have many existing advantages that set us up in a good state. Our age-old advantage of a strategic location that connects the north and south of the 687 million Southeast Asian and the Western and Eastern economic blocs becomes important once again as logistic cost for RE transfer is a deciding factor. Years of operating an open trading economy has also made us accommodative and hospitable to many, such that we are resilient and adaptable to geopolitical changes and different partners. Our talent pool is also mature, with years of enviable infrastructure building experience that puts us in a better position than our peers. In fact, unbeknownst to many, Malaysia is ranked first in Southeast Asia, second in emerging Asia, and 35th in the world on the most recent Energy Transition Index 2023 by the World Economic Forum. That means our current systems would prepare us well to make the transition in a comfortable, just, and inclusive manner. Around us, we are also seeing greater convergence and cooperation in Southeast Asia that did not exist before. The use of a special economic zone, such as the one proposed between Johor and Singapore that we are working on now, will also become increasingly common as Southeast Asian leaders understand that we are stronger as one economic unit than in separate parts. Malaysia is a key member of the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project, the pathfinder to advance cross-border power trade among ASEAN member states and to advance the ambition of an ASEAN power grid. The global rush to clean technology is also evident, exceeding $1.1 trillion in 2022, overtaking investments in other technologies, and we are at the cusp where the wind blows under our wings. That is why NETR is not just another policy document. It represents a different way of thinking about our economy and livelihoods, and also a real opportunity to find our place in the world and in this region. As we put the pieces together, leading to the launch of the phase 2 of NETR, sometime by end of August, we will be working with you to implement projects that are both good for the environment and good for the economy. The scale of reforms that we shall put in place has only happened once or twice in our nation's history. I hope we can continue to believe in the promise of this country and take a chance on doing our parts to rebuild better. Thank you very much for taking your time to attend our launch today. And, for the first few times in the last 6 months, I'm actually quite excited to see what the future holds for Malaysia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. Can I invite you to remain on stage for the act of the launch? And to join YB Rafizi, may I invite Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Datuk Nur Azmi bin Duron, Secretary General of the Ministry of Economy, and from Bursa Malaysia, Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar and Datuk Muhammad Omar Swift. And with that, we are pleased to invite Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy, to launch the NETR and Part 1 of Flagship Catalyst projects and initiatives. Yang Berhormat, on my count of 3, please activate the launch by placing your hand on the device. Now counting down from 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Yang Berhormat. We will now capture the milestone with a group photo together with a digital copy of the NETR. Thank you, Yang Berhormat, Tan Sri, and Dato'. If you could kindly make your way back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you can access and download a copy of the National Energy Transition Roadmap through the QR code at the back of your event tags. Now, as we prepare the stage, let me tell you a little bit about what's next on our agenda. The National Energy Transition Roadmap, or NETR document, will serve as a strategic framework outlining Malaysia's vision, goals, and actionable steps towards achieving a sustainable and inclusive energy system. As to how this will all materialize, we will have a three-way chat on the National Energy Transition Roadmap and its role in propelling Malaysia's economic growth and sustainability agenda. This will involve the key players for the NETR, the policy maker, the ministry that will be executing the roadmap, and the regulator. Moderated by Bursa Malaysia's Dato' Umar, you know it's going to be a candid and frank discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming back on stage YB Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy, YB Nik Nazmi bin Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Chairman of the Energy Commission, Encik Muhammad Rashdan bin Muhammad Yusof, and our moderator for this session, Dato' Muhammad Omar Swift, Chief Executive Officer of Bursa Malaysia.
I'm trying to say.
Over to you, Dato' Umar.
It's already on.
It's on. Check 1, 2. Hello.
I was about to say, I always have problems sitting on chairs like this. But,
firstly, Yang Berhormat, Tuan Muhammad Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy. Yang Berhormat, Nik Nazmi, Nik Ahmad, Minister of, we won't call it NREC, we will call it NRECC, a big supporter. And another former May banker, Chairman Suranjaya Tenaga, welcome Danny, and welcome gentlemen. Now, I haven't downloaded it, but I actually have the document. No, I only received it. So what I would like to do, and I think we are filled to capacity. And so for those of you that are standing at the back, our thanks. But what we're really seeing, my ministers, not my ministers, but my ministers, is the excitement of the capital market of a just transition and the roadmap that we are outlaying, because it is catalytic. And since, I'll probably ask a few questions about part 2 that's going to be launched in August later, if I may, but working my right to left, or left to right, Nik Nazmi, what can you share with us? What are your initial thoughts around part 1 of the energy transition?
Okay, thank you.
Because it is bold,
Yep.
it is exciting,
Yep.
and it is all those things we were promised, catalytic, it's got granularity, there's 10 high impact projects.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we've seen what we've tried to do since the new government has come into power in December 2022, I can say that the energy sector has been one of the parts of government that has been moving quite fast. Early on, we started with the journey towards targeted subsidies, and that has continued. It has a life of its own by now that fortunately it's created less anger and backlash after we did the very difficult parts in the beginning. Then I think it was in May when Saudara Rafizi and I, we spoke about renewable energy trading for the region to capitalize on our position at the center of ASEAN, which Rafizi mentioned just now, and this long spoken vision of an ASEAN power grid. So, and at the same time, what we've done, along with the shift towards targeted subsidies, is also to relax on the various policies on solar. For example, previously, if you are a high voltage user, you're not allowed to have SALCO, self-consumption, for solar. Now we've allowed it. For households, for the NEM Rakyat program, there's basically no limit to what solar you can install. So with that as the background, what has been launched in this, I don't know, is NETR, not Netr. NETR, okay. So what has been launched under Netr, the Energy Transition Roadmap, I think has been something which is quite refreshing because now it's the next stage. We've been in power for more than half a year. People want to see big, tangible projects which can encapsulate the vision of energy transition for the country. We have a lot of potential, immense potential, which I think we have not really fulfilled, and it's important that we can embark on that path as we want to realize our goal of achieving net zero earliest by 2050. That's how I see it. But for that vision, which to me is centered on climate change, but for that vision to work, the economics have to work. So I think this is where the economics of it comes in to push through that transition.
Well, thanks, Ravi. Well, if you bear with me, I'm going to go to Danny because you've had the floor for a little while. Danny, thoughts?
Sure. I'll just take on the economic imperative that YB Rafizi mentioned earlier in his speech. And, given that we have capital market investors globally as well today, I'd just like to share with everyone here that this Netr or NETR approach is actually necessary for us to be part of that global economy. So I'm taking excerpts from the World Energy Transition Outlook report by IRENA. IRENA already did the MITO, or the Malaysian Energy Transition Outlook, but they've also done a global one. So for example, in 2022, last year, their capacity plant up globally was 300 gigawatt, and 83% of that is renewable. But out of that 83%, out of that renewable mix, 3/4 was only concentrated on 3 countries, which is US, China, and, well, EU, 3 regions. So YB Rafizi and YB Nik are absolutely right to say that we need to then take leadership in this part of the world to do the same. IRENA then extends that outlook to go all the way to 2050. They predict that by that year, generation would have tripled. Total generation will be 90 petawatt hour. 1 petawatt hour is equivalent to 1 million gigawatt hour. That's how large it is. But the interesting statistic out of their report is that 91% will be renewable. 91%, that's the whole world. So in that sort of backdrop, our goals is necessary. We have to do this. We need to be part of that global transition as well, as part of our national transition. But I do believe if you look at all the other regional companies within ASEAN, we will be the leader in achieving a 70% at least RE mix by 2050 for the same year. And by that time, I hope and I aspire, as part of the Energy Commission, that we'll be part of the ASEAN power grid as well.
No, thanks, Danny. Yang Berhormat Tuan Rafizi, just before I go, I think of energy as the ultimate lifestyle product. You sit here, our audience can hear us, we have air conditioning because of electricity. And as a nation that is developing, we are going to need more and more power. 70% RE, it's an audacious target, but it's a necessary target for just transition. With that sort of paraphrasing some of what we've been discussing earlier, how did we come to a 70% target, and how does that move into that just transition story? Because while also affecting a fundamental shift in our economy.
Well, I think we have to work within a few economic and societal parameters. The first one is to make sure that we insulate ourselves from future energy shocks. We have to realize
that part of the fiscal problems that the federal government had to endure in the last few years was because of the high cost of energy raw materials, the coals and the gas that makes up majority of our power generation. We are a nation that is very comfortable with our oil and gas heritage. Sometimes too comfortable that we think the gas will be there forever. If we don't scale up fast enough, there can be a situation within 10 to 15 years that we have to consider importing gas. So one of the main concerns from the government is just not about the, going into green. It's actually to insulate our future and our society from energy crisis. And from time to time, the government has a projection of what kind of generation capacity that have to be installed in order to meet the energy demands. And it always up to 20, 30 years in advance, because it does take a lot of time to put all these capacities in place to balance. We are lucky because we do have a high reserve margin. And while it is a cost to the public, it is also an advantage that we should use in order to transition and put more solar, because solar doesn't require renewables. Solar is one big potential because it doesn't require feedstock. And by that, not only that it will insulate the countries from future energy shocks, we hope it also balance the tariff in the future so that it is more representative of the potentials that we have. So all these were taken into account. The 70% target for 2050 was a sweet spot that we think will be able to balance between the possibility and practicality of pushing up the capacity. It takes into account that gas is a transition fuel that we have to maintain to make sure that it's a just transition. It takes into account the multiplying effect of green economy, that you need to have a certain amount of scale to be able to create a sustainable and vibrant, and it also take into account the scale that we need in order to lead in this region. So it's not a number that we pluck from the air. We look at the solar rooftop capacity, about 332 gigawatt in the country, and we work backwards and we map, how much that can we do practically in these times. And I think most importantly is a stretch target that can set our ambition. We cannot have an ambition without a stretch target. It's only with a high ambition that it can bring the whole nation together to work, and it's only by then we will get the respect of the investors and our peers in this region. And that's why it's 70%. And I hope I live long enough to see that it happens. But I also hope whatever happens, our nation, everyone will own up to this, because, as I say, it's a good opportunity for us to lead in this one particular area.
I mean, as the actor on stage today, for want of a better term, can we do it before 2050? Possible.
I think the ministers after us will answer that.
Moving along, we touched on the 10 catalytic projects. Ministers, capital market investors. I mean, to be blunt, I want everyone in this room to walk out with an investment strategy after we wrap up today. What can we share?
Of course, every time we talk about renewable energy, the focus has always been on
electricity, and it's always almost about solar and hydro. But we have a certain capacity and experience to also lead in some other areas. For example, and I've repeated this quite a few times publicly, we built the whole LNG value chain with our partners in the Far East, from the extraction, from the processing of LNG, and then from the storage. Eventually, we built the market. Back then in the 80s, LNG market and long-term contract was still nascent. It took a while for us to really benefit from LNG, but we've had the experience of working with our partners to build a total value chain. Now, there is a lot of focus to move to hydrogen. And we are at the same position, or that the world is more or less at the same position that we were in the 1980s. It's still a nascent market. There's a lot of doubters about whether it's doable. There's a lot of technology and cost challenges to transporting hydrogen. There's a lot of skepticism about practical application of hydrogen. But, in my engagement with our counterparts in Japan, in the Far East, they are very serious about it, as they were very serious about LNG about 40, 50 years back. So we have been there, and now we have the first mover advantage from our experience as a top LNG player that we can now replicate into hydrogen. So that's one area, key focus as well. Building the infrastructure of hydrogen is important, and in the next 1 year, few months, we are looking at how we can divert public investments to create a practical use case for hydrogen fuel. It sounds very ambitious, but I think it is doable. At least I think it's doable, because we have done things that was considered not doable then in the 80s. So that's one. We also have an advantage when it comes to carbon capture and storage. It's still quite nascent in the world. As the market develops and matures further, more and more countries, and we know especially as it moves closer to 2050, many countries will be rushing to meet their net zero commitments. At that time, at some point in the future, there'll be an inflection point where carbon capture, utilization, and storage is not only a fancy name, it becomes an economy imperative, as more and more economies have to weigh between, the cost of not meeting their net zero commitment and the cost to meet. And so, I foresee in the future, CCUS will be a permanent feature in the global economy. And we have the advantage because we have a lot of geological formation. Petronas and Sarawak governments are actually quite advanced. If anything, the government has to catch up with them to make sure that we have the legislation, the rules and the regulation in place. So the hydrogen value chain, CCS, and of course EV has been talked about. EV relates to people better, and with the commitment for the government to make sure the charging infrastructure are in place, because there's always a chicken and egg thing. You cannot have too many EV if you don't have enough charging stations. Now it is a national policy to make sure that charging infrastructure is in place. So I think all these, as you go through one by one, the 10, and what we wanted to be sure, that's why it took us about a few months to get the commitments from all the players. We want to make sure that this is not just announcements. These are basically committed investments, and they are going to happen. What we can do on government side is to expedite as much policy change and as much incentives as possible so that it becomes a national focus and it allows all these 10 projects to take off per the timeline. And I'm sure that will have a spillover effects to the whole industry, especially not just the energy transition and green industry, it's also to the OGSE industry. Because oil and gas service equipment sector are actually almost identical to the support system that is required for energy transition. And finally, Omar, I think when we do this phase by phase, project by project, because government has to change the way we do things in order to facilitate this, it will move towards a much more open and competitive energy market in this country. And I think as and when it happens, it bodes well for the country, for the investors, and for the market.
I'm just going to park that last comment because that's actually very interesting. I think that's something we need to explore a little bit. But just looking at the 10 catalytic projects, foreign equity restrictions, investors, any policy guidance is available at this point in time? Ministers?
Well, I mean, I think for the flagship projects that's been mentioned, as I think Saudara Rafizi has mentioned, a lot of it comes out after months and months of serious discussion and commitments from the parties. And I think, I mean, maybe Rafizi can comment further, but from our side, for ours, we are quite agnostic towards who wants to come in. We have that, our ambitious agenda in terms of climate change, in terms of net zero, and in terms of energy transition. So, how we achieve that, I think it was Deng Xiaoping who said, he doesn't care black cat or white cat as long as it can catch the mice, right? So I think we are quite practical and pragmatic when it comes to that. And I think there's no choice but to take that attitude if we are to achieve these goals.
Just to echo what Nick says, we have to acknowledge certain facts about doing this. We have the potentials, and now we have the will to do that. We have some capabilities, but we may not have all. So in that sense, I think we have to be very pragmatic. And looking at the first flagship project that will be presented today between Khazanah, UEM, Mitramas, it really pulls together an international collaboration. We have a GLC, we have a state government, and also authorities working on it. We also have a homegrown green energy player who have been in the market for a long time. And it's funded partially as well by international infrastructure investors, I-Squared Capital. And it also taps into a green fund internationally. And I was informed that the off-taker includes a global player in PV modules. So that's, I think, the beauty of energy transition. It's precisely because it is at certain level of complexities that for this to happen at the kind of scale that we want to do, it does require the government, the energy player, the investors to be very pragmatic about it, and it will have some sort of international flavor to it. And I would like to see as much international content, investment, collaboration coming to it, because this is what we require to push our economy into the high value content that we've been struggling before. If we keep doing the same thing, or if we keep barricading ourselves, looking inwards, we can't go to the next level unless we work with those people who have the technology and capability to do this. And I hope, and I'm sure, apart from these 10 flagship projects, that's precisely the intention of Netr, to make sure that we have a much higher international technology and investment content from all over the world.
Yeah, but just moving on for the point I put in the parking lot. Key enabler, you mentioned those magic words, transparent pricing model. A key enabler of that would be a single aggregator, one would think. I know,
Okay,
that's
you
how
guys-
I'm feeding it to
otherwise,
Danny.
the whole hall will listen to me for one whole afternoon. So
If I can just chip in,
yeah.
yeah. So, we already have the concept of a single buyer that was launched many, many years ago as we, the reforms for our power sector. It's not completely independent yet at this point of time. It's ring fence. And I think, but the idea is to move towards a more liberalized, market-based utility sector. And I think, one of the other commitments that we had is that when we lifted the ban on renewable energy export, we wanted to use also this energy exchange, which, we are in the works of putting it to cabinet, the detailed proposals, the discussions we had between Energy Commission and NRECC. So, but in the future, I think, when it becomes more open, because it will require the market will be much more different than what it is today. Then I think, the idea perhaps one day of having an independent single buyer in the electricity sector or in the energy sector will actually be feasible. Okay. But for now, the current approach is still to ring fence it within the whole ecosystem.
I'm sorry, Daniel, please.
Yeah, the concept of single aggregator is much talked about, but you see, one of the issues, Omar, for example, YB Rafizi aims that hopefully most households, hopefully the majority of households will be getting or will be developing solar, so they will become prosumers. One of the issues with that, of course, is we need to then match the demand and the supply. And we need to do it efficiently in the absence of a market. We don't have a market here. We don't have a merchant market yet. And therefore, there needs to be this construct, which is an aggregator that can do that efficiently. That's the whole point. So it would be under the government's purview, of course, to make sure that the players, essentially all players get a fair deal, both supply and demand side. But it's about efficient allocation, and it's about incentivizing all those small prosumers to also get into the generation game so that the RE100 companies and also cross-border, which is Singapore, also get gigawatt levels of energy. Now, that is much easier said than done, and that is one of the key roles of an aggregator, to ensure that allocation is done efficiently. And don't forget the delivery. And what I mean by delivery is the grid. There needs to be huge tens, if not maybe even hundreds of billions over that target to 2050 to achieve the delivery of reliable renewable energy. RE is variable. And what I mean by that, there needs to be tremendous amount of battery storage. We unfortunately don't have wind to shore up RE at night. We just don't. So, and obviously there's no sun. So we need to have basically load matching of daytime generation against requirements also in the evening as well, which happens to be a peak load for this country. The peak load happens after work, just before dinner. That's where it's the highest. So these technical requirements and that efficient allocation requires the necessity of an aggregator in the absence of market today. Hopefully when the market develops, as YB Nick mentioned, who knows, a decade from now, it'll be much better. But we need to have Netr today. We need to have the transition right now.
Yep. Clearly, there needs to be a robustness of transmission and the aggregation, as well as storage. Do we envisage we'll be in a position where, say we had 4 contiguous houses, I could sell to you, peer-to-peer, if you like, the empowerment of the consumer or the producer, as my home has have solar cells on my ceiling, I then sell back to grid, or I bypass, if you like, we net off and we just pay the transmission charge?
Okay, well...
future state.
Sure. I just want to highlight again for all interested participants and stakeholders, the issue of subsidy, which YB Rafizi mentioned, and the desire by this government to reduce that subsidy or the burden to the rakyat. YB Rafizi mentioned we want also to be independent of the volatility of fossil fuel prices. So the challenge today, Omar, is that I'd like to introduce this concept called solar poverty. So solar poverty, which is actually also apparent in all other advanced nations that have put up solar, because solar is essentially the privilege of the rich. Only the rich can afford 30, 40,000 installation, even at a terrace house. Notwithstanding financing, well, of course, the participant has to pay for the financing anyway. So the problem there is solar will enable that family to obviously monetize the sun, as it were. But it is done at the moment at tariff levels which are subsidized. The NEM rakyat is based on subsidized tariff. In other words, someone out there who's not having solar is paying for it. And that is what solar poverty is. Solar poverty is where the have-nots, the solar have-nots, actually end up subsidizing the solar haves. So that is something the Commission, together with NRCC, must resolve first. So that concept is then called cost reflectiveness. So when you want to have large-scale solar deployment, that equalization must happen first, where there is no cross-subsidy from the poor to the rich. That's perverse, obviously. But that can be achieved because there are demand sources who will pay market prices. And those market prices are much higher because the demand is so high.
You aggregate and you export, and then you
Correct,
can fund
and that's
your
where the
just
aggregator
transition.
comes in.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
So that's the architecture.
I mean, just to add on to Omar's questions, that's the discussion we explored with SMW Properties first. One of the key decisions we made in May, and we worded in such a way that is quite general to allow more flexibility in exploring the implementation phase, is this: that government will allow a willing seller, willing buyer, self-contained system for renewable energy generation. And by that, it now, based on that decision, it now allows, for example, a developer like SMW Property, when a developer develops a township, they can offer and package the leasing of the rooftop together with the whole package. So what it means is, because the policy now allows for a self-contained generation, it means that we will allow for such projects to bypass the normal quota so that they can go and plan the large township and install solar and make sure that the nitty-gritty of not just the cost for installing solar, but also to buy, the RE and then to either use it in their system or sell it to the single market aggregator. It now then makes it palatable for us to see more and more township and commercial townships to be powered by solar, independent of how and when the single market aggregator develops. So, we sequence it in such a way that all this can take place in parallel, because even if we don't have a single market aggregator by then, those townships that want to have a self-contained RE generation, that means that they have to install energy storage as well, just to manage the variability. And suddenly you can end up with township and households that can monetize their rooftops. Of course, once a single market aggregator takes off, it also means that other rooftops, either commercial or domestic rooftops, can now tap and monetize the rooftop, because the idea is you create more retail RE players that go and lease the rooftops, install the solar at their cost, because the economic should make sense, as Danny mentioned just now, because there is a margin of putting the cost for the solar rooftop, and then the tariff will allow some margin that the whole economics will work.
I see our countdown time has gone amber. It'll go red shortly. A general question, Danny, if I may, not about specifics, NTR in your mind, or Netr as we now call it, thank you, with regards to Netr, non-specific, the challenges in making it happen, making it real?
Okay, sure. The biggest challenge by far is basically grid preparation. Yeah. So if you're talking about 70%, you are looking at an 11-fold increase in generation plant up in RE alone, 11-fold. However, the current grid only has about 2 or 3 gigawatt left in it. Before, if you put more than that, it will start breaking down, and we will have essentially blackouts across the country. This is not a challenge just for Malaysia. This is a global challenge. And it's not just about batteries, it's about transformers, it's about the transmission lines itself, it's about interconnections as well. When we have surpluses, we want to have bi-directional flow between nations. If we're going to be part of the ASEAN power grid, we must have that anyway. We want to have interconnections with our own or other states within Malaysia, i.e. Sabah, Sarawak in particular, and so on. That, Omar, requires literally hundreds of billions of investment. But therein lies the capital market opportunity. Because as YB Rafizi and YB Nick mentioned, it is actually commercially viable. If you look at the pricing of RE, not just out of Singapore, but there are demands within all those RE 100 companies in Penang, within E&E sector, in Selangor, in Johor, all of them are screaming for RE. And of course, Singapore, as I've already mentioned. So the biggest challenge is getting the grid ready, making those investments, and making sure that they are commercially viable.
Thanks, Danny. YB Nick? Non-specific structural
Challenges.
challenges?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as mentioned, I think Danny has covered most of it.
Okay.
But I think, you know, it's a change of mindset as well. For those of us who are involved in, those who are involved in the energy sector, the shift towards more RE, towards a much more different market, it's a new paradigm. And as Danny mentioned, it's not a challenge that we face alone in Malaysia. We saw, for example, Vietnam, their plant up in solar was very impressive. But what happened? The grid was not ready for it. Yeah. So, you know, there are all these considerations that we have to make. But eventually, you know, we know that we have these grand commitments, and we know that we are at the center of ASEAN. All this idea of interconnections, even, you know, when we built Bakun to do the submarine cable, it was not feasible all those years back. But now it makes sense, because as we plant up more RE, we need to have more interconnections. That's how it works in Europe and many other regions. So I think we have to be able to imagine something different. And I think we have to me, you know, we have all these announcements that we've made, and having Netr in place now, it actually provides us the opportunity to see some implementable projects and how the pathway to achieve those objectives.
Thank you, YB Nick. Sir?
I suppose the biggest challenge on our part after this, now that you create an expectation, a pathway, we have to take a one whole nation approach to this. So I'm sure the investment community and the green energy player in the country are all fired up and get up and can do their bit. Then the government must do our bit. And the bigger challenge for us is that we need to create, the ecosystem basically requires policy adjustments, not just in the energy or energy transition. It requires fiscal, rebalancing. It also requires certain politically and socially sensitive policies. For example, how do we treat our energy subsidies? We've done quite well, I think, with the electricity tariff. I know there are pockets of people not happy here and there, but by and large, we've done it. And as we move into the more socially sensitive policy retargeting, subsidy retargeting, like RON 95, diesels, that will be something that I think this administration has to stay on course. Because this is not just about the fiscal consolidation, that is required as a component of the ecosystem for the whole energy transition and uplifting of the economy to happen. We also need to realign that. And of course, we inherit a series of legacy contracts. When we talk about rebalancing our energy generation and power mix in the future, there's a lot of things that we have to manage with the legacy as well. So this is where the politics of it come in. So I hope that we'll deliver our part, the private sector deliver their part, and society understand it enough, and as they feel the benefit of it, only then I think we can pull this off.
YB Nick, YB Rafizi, Danny, thank you on behalf of the audience and myself. You've been generous with your time, more generous with honest answers. So we draw to a close for this session. I'm emceeing. Let us say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. Thank you, gentlemen, for that insightful session. If I could invite you to step forward.
Thank you so much.
If I could invite you to step forward for a quick group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 30-minute tea break. Please make your way back to the ballroom by 3 p.m. for the second part of our program this afternoon. Refreshments are served in the foyer outside, while Sural facilities are located on level 1. And members of the media, please make your way to level 1 Grand Salon for the press conference now. Thank you.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test.
Winnie. Just in case.
Check, check, test, test mic.
To Netr.
Ada bang?
And are we doing 30?
Ada.
No lah. Are we calling? Are
Check.
we doing 30 or should I just say 20?
Oh, check mic, test. Sekarang? Sekarang?
Yeah.
Ada.
So I'll just say we only got
Nak up ke? Naik. Check.
and about because we got the
Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Ada satu lagi.
Mic check 1 2. Mana weh?
Mic check
Check
1, 2.
Cubaan suara 1 2 3. Dengar tak weh? Weh?
Check mana? Kita bang. Check 1, 2.
macam untuk me dengan Datuk Umar. We mean it another chair.
No, not for
We mean it
then
another chair.
Okay, members of the media, thank you. So to address your questions on the newly launched National Energy Transition Roadmap, are we calling it Netr? Netr. Okay, so we have Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli for Minister of Economy, and he's flanked by Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Minister for NREC, together with Datuk Nur Azmi, Secretary General for Economy, together with Dan Rosdan for Energy Commission, as well as Bursa Malaysia, Tan Sri Abdul Wahid, and Dr. Umar. So we only have about 20 minutes, so let's just keep the session tight, keep your questions on the roadmap, and if you could just help us identify yourself before you pose your questions. So with that, Yang Berhormat Rafizi, let me turn it over to you to say a few words.
So this is always a challenge with this. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. We have taken a slightly different approach when it comes to policy rollout. We wanted to balance between building the momentum and completing the full picture. And that's why today we launch the first part of Netr because in our assessment, it is important to get the excitement and the buy-in, especially from the industry players first, and to bring the attention to Malaysia's ambition. And within a month, we will roll out the second part of Netr, which will unveil the kind of policy and ecosystem enablers that support this. So I'm sure some questions would have been on such enablers. I mean, I can generally allude to it, but the whole idea is to build that momentum, get the excitement, and then within a month we will complete with the rest of the ecosystem on policies, on funding, on the legislation, and so on. So I hope that sets the scene for the Q&A today. If there are any questions, please do. If possible, please ask me, not me. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Hi, afternoon, YB, YB Rafizi, YB Nick, Joseph Sipalan from SCMP. We're very interested in what you announced earlier about the domestic rooftop program. So I've just got like a few questions on that point. Firstly, how soon and where will the government start the public rollout of the private housing rooftop leasing program? Second, do you have an estimate for how much the initial rollout will cost and how much it would cost the government for a nationwide rollout? And thirdly, how much power is estimated will be generated in the initial rollout and eventually nationwide, and what percentage of that would be of the total national power generation? Thank you.
I think you should be in Energy Commission. The focus is basically on large-scale housing development first. That's why we work with some Dhabi properties because it is something that can be pulled off commercially by large-scale township without government's funding. Because what we have now is a disconnect between the demands and the so-called bureaucracy around it. Medium and high-end properties, usually the buyers would want to have solar. I mean, there's already a buy-in. It's just that the process now
is the application for quota has to be made individually. So it becomes quite restrictive for property developers, large-scale property developers like Sime Darby and I hope the others, because they can't package the whole thing as part and parcels of the house. Basically, the best thing that they can do is that we will be able to install solar, but we have to wait for you to apply first, and then you come back to me and talk. So what we want to focus in the early parts is to allow more and more of such integrated large-scale urban development to include solar in their whole pricing package, because then it will allow them to look into energy storage solution as well, because it cannot happen without ESS. And that's part of the reasons why we want to do this, is because we also want to expedite the technology and application for battery storage.
Yeah.
For the individual rooftop, I think that will come as and when the single market aggregator becomes operational. And once that is operational, and then is naturally it will expedite more independent retail markets, and I think the market will work by itself from then.
Sorry, just to add, one of the things I think that will enable this to happen faster is because as we move towards more targeted subsidies, those who are at the top of the household income level, they will be, the tariff that they pay will be closer to market. There'll be less subsidies for them. So now there's an incentive for them to actually go for rooftop solar. And people tend to underestimate that rooftop solar can overtake even large-scale or utility-size solar. If you look in certain states in Australia, in Germany, rooftop solar has even surpassed those installations. So I think that's where we see now in Malaysia we haven't really tapped, because when you talk about large-scale solar, there are certain limitations of land size and the cost of land.
So basically, to answer, we feel that that government policy of allowing first self-contained renewable energy generation, and secondly, government's policy on retargeting subsidy and realigning tariff, and thirdly is the government's policy to allow for a single market aggregator towards a much higher RE capacity. All this will allow a market mechanism to do the funding. It's not as if that the government has to put money on people's rooftops. The market mechanism will take its own course, because the economics now makes sense with the combination of all these policy change. That then allow the government to focus on grid upgrades and grid infrastructure. So, going forward in the next 20 to 30 years, much of government's efforts in terms of funding, in terms of allocation, is to bring up the grid readiness to take up these new RE capacities, including from solar rooftops.
So
the Elmina, or you're talking about in total?
The pioneer one that's going to be done will be at with Sime Darby, will be at Elmina and Bandar Bukit Raja. So that one is up to 10 kilowatt solar capacity per house. So it's 4.5 megawatts across 450 homes. That's the pilot lah.
And I think, if you want to see the projection, how much this will come on stream, I think that's why it's important to demonstrate that it is doable with the pilot first. Then other property players basically will come. And then from there, after a while, give it some time, then we will be able to project and to assess the kind of growth and installed capacity better, because there's no point basically saying that anything else is hypothetical now. So let's see what will be followed by the first pilot, and we'll be able to see how other property developers take up. And from there, I think within a year, we will be able to see how much growth the solar rooftops capacity will affect and will contribute towards our Netr's target by 2050.
Just to add to both YB Rafizi and YB Nick, YB Nick mentioned Australia as an example. So, of course, we don't have estimations or target on rooftop yet, but we can look at other countries. So if you look at Australia, the current installed capacity on rooftop solar is something like 28 gigawatts. It is very, very high, and apparently it's only 1 in 3 households that has it. So they have a lot more capacity. But then Malaysia, we have, our population is more than Australia. And most of that population resides in landed households. So I think the potential for Malaysia is tremendous.
Yeah, no more questions?
Hi, I have one. Samantha from Eco Business. So I'm looking at the NETR and I noticed there are champions listed, specifically companies for each of the specific levers. So I just want to understand how these champions were chosen and what are their roles. Are they actually going to be recommending sort of policies, or policy enablers that will lead to better policies being developed? And how are other players going to be involved in this? Because I noticed that Sime Darby is sort of the only property developer listed in terms of helping with residential rooftop solar. So where do the other property developers or providers come in?
It was a bottom-up approach. What we did was we wanted to push the scaling up of energy transition. So we had, I think, a series of workshops where we opened up to as many industry players as possible. And from there, we went through, and it's very much from the industry. It's actually not from the government per se. Government should not take credit and say that, okay, this happens because we wanted it. What happened was that all these projects have been in the pipeline already by these companies or by these ministries or agencies. It's just that because they were not approached holistically as part of a national project, they all have a lot of challenges taking off the ground here and there. So the timeline was different because they foresee that they had to go through some policy changes at the government level, and then that might drag for 1 or 2 years. So as we went through the inventories of all these projects that already exist in our system, in our economy, that allow us to work with the industry to group them into those levers. So that's how we came up with the levers, because we assessed the readiness level for this project to take off, including in terms of the financing. And then we work with them to see what are the immediate policy changes that had to happen. And that was the reason why we made some of those decisions at the government level. And it wasn't specific, it was quite general to make sure that 2 or 3 general policy tweaks will cover and enable as many of these catalytic projects as possible. So in the case of Sime Darby, they have been wanting to do this and have sent requests to governments for some time actually. So that's why they are ahead, I suppose, than others, because they have been planning this for a while. It's just that before this, the process was that individual home buyers have to apply the quota individually, so it could never take off. So when we gather industry players from different sectors into those workshops, of course, these kind of projects suddenly got resurfaced much quicker. So it wasn't that these companies or agencies were selected. They were championing these on their own before. So what Netr will be able to do is to elevate their projects to the national level, and therefore it will facilitate them for those who have not secured funding to secure funding. And in the case of Khazanah UEM Itramas, the 1 gigawatt, for example, they work very closely with my ministry. And having that national focus and national tag, that this is a national scale project, obviously facilitate them to connect with international investors and so on. And some semblance of a part of a national policy also allows them to tap, for example, into international green fund. So that's how it works. I welcome a lot more any companies who actually see the 10 flagship projects and the 10 levers and say, hey, I'm actually doing something even better than this. I want to come on board. We welcome that because as it is so far, government do not need to inject anything. It's just that basically bringing them together to expedite these projects and to facilitate whatever we need to facilitate.
Okay, that will be the last question for us.
May I?
2. First, last one.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Adam here from The Edge, YB. I have a few questions. Number one, in relation to the industrial RE zone, integrated RE zone, are you able to share some details, probably just to get a flavor of what to expect? And number two, on the integrated solar park by TNB, it mentioned 5 sites. Have TNB identified these sites? Number 3, on the EECA, can you share details on whether this will be tabled later this year? Yeah. And what will be there in the act? Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer first the easiest one, the EECA. The Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, it will be tabled in Parliament this year, in the next thing. So basically what it entails is that it will allow, it will require establishments of a certain size. They have to go through energy audits to make sure that how they consume their energy is efficient. So that is an important part when you talk about energy transition, because then we can reduce the demand for energy. And we have actually seen quite a bit of that as well, not through legislation, because that's not in place yet, but when we actually drastically increase the tariff for high and medium voltage, we have seen many companies, after complaining, are now installing more renewable energy solar, as well as installing energy efficiency measures to cut down their costs. So I think this will be the icing on the cake. As you are aware, it's been, I think, 6-7 years perhaps in the works, EECA. So we hope that this will finally complete the whole thing on energy efficiency.
On those 2 projects, the specific RE zone and then TNBs, I mean, I do get updates because we work closely, but I think for the details, it's best that you talk to these, project owners, because I also don't want to be to give the impression that ministries now run private projects. But what we do is to encourage more private sectors to get involved and use RE to run and market sustainable industrial zones. We know that there are a lot of interest, especially from international companies that require RE 100 certification. But if governments were to do this ourselves, it becomes very costly, and then it will take some time. So with the decision to allow for self-contained willing seller, willing buyer arrangement, it makes this special RE zone possible. Because what happens was Khazanah and UEM work with ITRAMAS, who already run some LSS, for them to develop this. And the consortium basically work to bring the off-taker, to secure the off-taker. They also work to make sure that there is an off-taker if there is an export to Singapore. And they package everything together, and then they also source for the project financing. So it's not so much about the details. That one, I think it's best to ask the MB and Khazanah, let them run their projects. But from government's perspective, we would like to see more and more RE zone that attracts these international companies that seek RE certification, RE 100 certification. And it's best to be done by the private sector rather than government. Last question. Because we are starting at 3.
Hi, YB. Ram here from Bloomberg. Just wanted to get an idea. When you spoke about the integrated plant, a number was given, 1 megawatts, right? So recently we...
Well, you mean the one, that's 1 gigawatt?
Oh, sorry, 1 gigawatts, yes. Yeah. So then if you look at the whole plan, by 2050, we're aiming to achieve 70% in renewable energy mix. So with all these projects that you're now announcing, is there a medium-term sort of goal that probably can be achieved in the next 10 years or 5 years? Do you have a number in mind? Because 2050 is some way away. But are we crossing a 30% threshold soon, or do we see us crossing a 40% threshold soon with these projects that you're announcing, not just in phase 1, but in phase 2 as well?
Well, we have a number. It's just that, okay, if you notice, we keep looking at each other because these numbers are national grid planning numbers. So, it's, I don't know whether we want to bandy this freely because these numbers goes to cabinet every year to be approved, and it's actually official secret act. Those documents.
There is a target.
There is a target.
My RER. Yes, that was the last target.
Correct. So the
40%.
Correct. There is an annual planning.
Yeah.
There's an annual planning process called JPEG that looks at the demand profile and then the generation mix required to fulfill that. That does go to cabinet. It must be first cleared with the Ministry of NRECC, McNasmi first. So until and such time, it is actually under wraps at the moment, to be very honest. But one of the challenges in answering your question is demand is expected to, forget supply for now, but demand is expected to also ramp up because of EV adoption, for example. Everyone will start plugging in, so suddenly demand will go up. This afternoon, hyperscalers are going to come. One plant is already 200-300 megawatt each. So these will completely change the landscape. The next JPAT is, in a way, a clear departure from the previous JPAT last year, just because of Netr. And that we have yet to present to Nick Nazmi. He hasn't seen it yet. So I need to chair a few, like there's a demand forecast committee I need to chair, then I need to present it to YB Nick, and so on and so forth. And then to cabinet.
Yeah, so to sum up, it's like this, to sum up, it's like this. We set the ambition because the energy target for 2050 is very much tied to our net zero commitment. And that is part of the national energy policy, which is binding to the government. Everything else has to be adjusted to achieve that. So when we push the target from 40% to 70%, it will filter through over the years, and it will govern how Energy Commission decides what kind of capacity can be allowed to be installed. The problem is, if you look at, for example, today's announcements with Khazanah Intramas, is 1 gigawatt. And 1 gigawatt is huge compared to the largest capacity that we have now, which is around 70 megawatt. I think the largest is around 70 megawatt solar farm in Malaysia. That's easily about 15 times of the size, So we have to go through this stage of seeing how the market responds to Netr, because that will allow us a much better assessment of the supply and demand. So that's why, you know, if the price is asking what is going, I think we take the bold step of pitching that we want to lead the energy transition. And that will spur the supply and demand, and that will allow us to be able to map the planning and the numbers better for 5, 10, 15 years. I thought this is already last. It's best to actually go through because they are waiting down. All right?
Okay, so that will be for the next session, which will be happening in the ballroom now. So thank you very much, ministers and panelists, members of the media. So do head back to the ballroom for the second half. But in between, if you want to file your stories, we do have a lounge area here, right next to this room. And for any questions, just reach out to the Ministry of Economy, Farhan, or ourselves. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The ministers will be joining us very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please invite you to take your seats? We will be beginning very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the spread we have for you today. In line with our agenda today, we've worked together with NGO What a Waste on the menu and quantity of food served at lunch and tea today to minimize excess food. Any excess food will be channeled to girls and boys' homes as well as B40 families in Pangsapuri Angsana in Subang. For the next part of the afternoon, we will have 6 sessions to enunciate the materialization of the NETR's flagship catalyst projects and initiatives. To start, UEM Group Berhad will be signing MOUs with local and foreign investors to develop a 1 gigawatt hybrid solar photovoltaic power plant integrated with a renewable energy industrial park in Malaysia. The project is in line with the strategic and high-value national flagship energy transition projects launched under the NETR earlier today. It will be developed by UEM Group in collaboration with local investor Itramas, currently the largest vertically integrated solar plant developer, EPCC, and service provider in Malaysia. For the signing of the MOUs, may I call upon the following signatories on stage? Datuk Muhammad Izani Ghani, Managing Director of UEM Group. Mr. Lee Chu Bu, Managing Director of Itramas. Mr. Raghuram Natarajan, CEO of Blue Leaf Energy. Ms. Kathy Su, Chairman of the Board and General Manager of China Machinery Engineering Wuxi Co. Limited, and Mr. Vince Choi, CEO of Hexa Renewables. To witness the signing of the MOUs, may I please call upon Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy, Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Dato Amirul Faisal Wan Zahir, Managing Director of Khazanah Nasional Berhad, Yang Mulia Tunku Hamam Tunku Sulong, Executive Director of Itramas, Encik Nik Hadi Nik Mahmud, Country Head of Macquarie Group Malaysia, Mr. Rong Wei, Deputy General Manager of CMEC Wuxi, and Mr. Harsh Agrawal, Senior Partner of I Squared Capital. Signatories, may I invite you to take your seats? You may pen your signature. Ladies and gentlemen, as the signing is taking place, here's a bit of background on the project. The investors you see on stage right now are in discussion with UEM Group to consider participating through multiple potential roles, including collaborating on project development, financing, including equity investments, and commercialization, including offtake of green electricity. Itramas alongside CMEC Wuxi also intend to be the anchor tenants and initial green electricity off-takers within the RE Industrial Park. The RE Industrial Park aims to attract foreign manufacturers and suppliers across the RE and electric vehicle value chains, as well as other high-tech companies to set up operations and research and development facilities in the park, which in turn could drive the growth of the overall energy transition and EV ecosystems in Malaysia. With the MOUs signed, it is now time for a group photograph. May I please invite the signatories to stand together with our witnesses. Can we invite the signatories and the witnesses to step forward, please, for the group photograph? Thank you, Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli, Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi, all of our witnesses and signatories. You may now return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, while we prepare the stage for the next item on the agenda, here's a little background on the investors involved in this project. First up, Blue Leaf Energy, a standalone portfolio company of Macquarie Asset Management's Green Investment Group and a leading green infrastructure-focused platform that develops, finances, owns, and operates renewable energy, storage, assets, and decarbonization solutions to accelerate the energy transition towards net zero. Macquarie Asset Management is a global asset manager that aims to deliver positive impact to everyone. CMEC Wuxi is a state-owned enterprise and subsidiary of China Machinery Engineering Co. Limited, with presence in more than 100 countries and businesses covering solar photovoltaic power generation, as well as other renewable energy sources, large-scale machinery manufacturing, precision equipment, environmental protection, building materials, lighting, medical supplies, supply chain services, and other industries. And Hexa Renewables is a leading developer of solar and wind projects with offices and teams on the ground in Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, and India. It is a wholly owned subsidiary of I Squared Capital, a global infrastructure fund with some $37 billion of assets under management. Moving along to the next session, we would now like to invite Sime Darby Property Group Managing Director, Dato Azmir Marikan, to share with us on Sime Darby Property's plans to integrate solar solutions into townships. Dato Azmir, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yang Bahagia, Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy, Berhormat Nik Nazmi, Nik Ahmad, and RAC. I quite like it, but I will say in full in respect. Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Dato' Nazmi, Tan Sri Wahid, Dato' Umar, Tan Sri Zam, it's a lot of dignitaries, Dato' Karusale, Danny, I can go on, but thank you. Thank you so much for giving Sime Darby Property the opportunity to present today of what we think we can do, being the largest developer of landed homes. So I think YB Rafizi has mentioned Sime Darby, I think I counted 5 times. I will do a recap of what was presented and what's the main idea behind the idea of how do we supplement clean energy as part of the NREC. So a quick overview for those of you who are not so familiar, or those of you who are familiar, reintroduction to the company. What is Sime Darby Property Berhad? We are a largest developer of landed homes. We've got 25 active townships, generally in developed urban areas. And we also have quite large land banks. This 15,000 acres of land banks, we need quite a lot of it because we built horizontally. Unlike many other developers who build vertically, we build horizontally. Oh, by the way, we have Battersea Power Station, a former energy producer who's now no longer in energy, but a mall and a place, residence, and for commercial development. Yeah, slight digress. But let me move on. So we have two main businesses, I should say. One is a property development. That's about 93-95% of our business. We are in landed homes, we are in high-rise, and we are in integrated developments. And for the last 3 years, we've been very strong in industrial parks and logistic parks. We are the largest right now in the area of logistics and industrial parks. Today, we are also an investment manager and an asset manager. We seek to generate recurring income, and we have a industrial development fund, which is developing industrial and logistic assets. And as some of you here, which I've met today, all know, who are golfers, we have 2 golf courses along with an event space and a sports complex. So the short introduction, and why are we here today? Like many of you, we have an ambition to go to net zero. We've not announced our targets, but we're working on it. We've been reporting our energy consumption for a long time, yeah, and since 2010, if I'm not mistaken. It's now 14.7 tons of carbon last year, and 95% of this emission comes from electricity usage, yeah. So how do we reduce this usage seriously? So one of the things that we looked at is, in the government, how do we support the government's effort in rolling out NTR? And how do we, as, I guess, the largest developer of landed homes, we have a lot of rooftops, and I can show you this picture. This is a picture of on the left you have a newer phase. It's not open yet in Elmina. There's a lot of rooftop space, right? There's residents who will live in this space, and of course there's those who have already taken ownership. And on the right is the Elmina Business Park, which you will have light to medium industries. So this is very popular. And in Elmina, if you don't know where it is, it's somewhere between Sungai Buloh and Shah Alam region. The rooftop spaces under the sun is generally, whilst we talk about being able to put solar, generally speaking, if you go to our township, it is not done so. So we have this opportunity, and also at the township, we have large energy demands. So let me elaborate a little bit by what I mean by this. Yeah? So as we move forward, and as we project forward, what do we see at this township? In a typical township, and this is one of our larger townships, like 6,500 acres. In fact, it's actually 5 townships in the city of Elmina. It's got 1,500 acres of business park and over 35,000 homes once it's fully developed by 2040, right? Components-wise, in a township like this, you've got, of course, the homes, industrial and logistics. And of course, you need malls, you need retail. These are what you see in townships of today. What that means is that when we look at our energy needs now and we project what it would be by 2040, we would need about 2.2 billion kilowatt hour per annum. That is the demand. And in terms of carbon emissions, it's about 1.7 million metric ton per annum. So this is the signature, the carbon signature for a township like this. So we feel that given the NTER, there's an opportunity for us to work with the government to produce cleaner energy and offer solutions. And in fact, there are 2 things that we are looking at. What's the big idea? There's 2 main things. But what you see here is that we can see that we can allocate about 1,000 acres of our future developable land banks, as well as utilize the rooftop spaces. Current rooftop, we've only taken about 10% of current rooftop spaces. And we looked at 2 sites in Kedah and 1 more in Johor. We looked at how we can generate clean energy, solar energy, from these 2 sites. And the potential supply, looking at rooftops from commercial, retail, industrial, and residential, we feel that we are able to generate a solar capacity of 545 megawatt, yeah, which can then supply about 1.1 billion kilowatt per annum. That will mean that we can reduce the annual carbon footprint by 843 metric tons. So this is why something like this is interesting. And what I like to share is how we feel we can do this. Now, this is our solar solution, and this is the idea. If you look at this, there's 2 parts of this. One is a utility scale ground solar farms. I'm told this is now the correct way to say it, or we used to call it large scale solar farms, right? So what we like to use is, to propose is that we would generate electricity via our solar farms. These are ground-mounted solar farms via 2 sites, and transmit this into the grid. It's a virtual offtake that can be utilized by all the the components we have in our township, which is your industrial mainly, the malls, the retail component, as well as potentially even the residents. The second one is the solar rooftop idea, which I think YB Rafizi has mentioned, that we will lease the rooftop solars, the ones that are not being used, and that itself will enable us to generate electricity directly into the township. We feel that we are able to come up with, we are able to get a microgrid system going. It's localized, and this can be used to supply back energy into the township. Let me just elaborate slightly. This is the proposal for rooftop solar. What do? We would rent back your rooftops. For homes that we have already developed, we assume for every 10 person, 1 would be interested. We will rent your rooftops from you and pay you a lease. Of course, you have the option of doing this directly, but we assume because if you generate it with us, this will go back to the grid and you have certainty. This will be attractive. We will then distribute this within the township and supply it to those who need power, right? So under this proposal, our rooftop solar will utilize the existing rooftops in the township. We will then no longer limit the customer's propensity or affordability for solar system, because we can max out the rooftops, about 10 kilowatt hour systems. We can also use the system to power your own homes, but what we think will be the most effective use is for the precincts such as the business park, as well as our malls. What's the difference with this? What's special about this? Number 1, solar generated will be offtake by retail and commercial users, and it's all within the township. Number 2, homeowners are not obligated to offtake or to pay for the solar energy system. It minimizes the energy loss since generation and offtake is all within the township. And number 4, this model does not require any subsidy from the government or TNB. It is purely driven by the private sector. This is the second item that we did speak to the Ministry of Economy. And this is about utility scale ground-mounted solar, which will have a virtual offtake to high-demand users. So this means that through the NTER, we will then be able to utilize the ground-mounted solar to off-takers in the city of Elmina. So we can generate it in Kedah, for example, and we utilize it in our townships. These large-scale solar farms can generate solar energies and supply to virtually any of our townships or any off-taker. This allows us to utilize future developable land banks by powering our own townships with renewable energy. And we think this is something that quite a few developers will be interested to do. So, what is the potential? What is the potential role for companies like Sime Darby Property? Number one, the potential is that we will be able to power our township and energy demands, especially the energy of tomorrow, where we have potential to be generators, distributors, off-takers of solar energy, all within the townships. We can play a role in the integration and generation, of our utility scale ground-mounted solar, and also control over the distribution and retail, which enables us to channel the energy generated to the end customers, as well as enable us to deal with off-takers to offset their energy. Yeah. So if you look at the areas which are highlighted in green, those are areas that definitely a company like us will be keen to explore. So ladies and gentlemen, this is my last final slide. In summary, what is the proposal? We aim to utilize and play a role in via the NETR by using our large developments across our 15,000 acres that we have. We aim to use ground-mounted solar farms and rooftop solars to generate clean energy. Via the NETR, we hope to pilot rooftop solar solutions and utility-scale solar. And with this, we feel that we can produce up to 300 megawatts. This is a supplement to the township, which would always require much more energy. We feel about 1/3 of it can come from clean energy. And thirdly, I think the outcome here is for us to have what we always want: clean, green townships, which increases the renewable energy adoption, not just at the township, but at the national level. Green townships is obviously the aim. For Sime Darby Property, our aim is that at some point to be a self-sustaining township, but this powering the township 1/3 to clean energy is the agenda, and we feel via the NETR, this is what we can viably do today to kick it off and to get it going. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dato Azmir, for sharing those upcoming plans. It's certainly an interesting feature for us to look forward to in our next Living Spaces. We would now like to invite Petronas to share a little more about their plans for the Kasawari CCS project, billed as one of the world's largest. For that, we invite Puan Norain Muhammad Saleh, Head of Carbon and Storage, to take us on a little journey into Kasawari and how it will support our national energy transition roadmap. Puan Norain, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Yang berhormat Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy. Yang berhormat Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Petronas, thank you for giving us the opportunity to share about Kasawari Carbon Capture and Storage project this momentous afternoon. Before we dwell into Kasawari project itself, allow me to share why CCS is important and critical in the energy transition era, as well as the net zero and the climate change plan. Globally, CCS has been recognized as one of the solutions toward decarbonization, net zero aim for the achievement of 1.5 degrees C target. This is because CCS was allow for the physical reduction of the CO2 emission directly when we capture and inject it into a permanent storage underneath the geological site that has been identified and suitable as a storage site. CCS is especially important for the hard-to-abate industries, where it is unavoidable that the CO2 will be emitted in the process of producing the product itself. Example of some of these hard-to-abate industries includes the steel manufacturing plant, the cement plant, the power plant, petrochemical plant, as well as oil and gas, and to a certain extent, the later generation of a cleaner energy do require CCS in order for us to produce it, such as the blue hydrogen, blue ammonia, as well as the biomass energy. As per International Energy Agency, IEA report, CCUS is projected to contribute to physical reduction of CO2 in circa of 15 to 20 gigaton cumulative throughout the years between 2030 to 2050. The next relevant question is, how is the process of CCS? The illustration here is the generic process flow, and variation to the whole flow may happen to suit the industry source as well as the location of where the plant and the capture of the CO2 is happening. So if we look at the illustration here, the industrial emitters will have either to do a modification or retrofitting at their plant together to separate as well as to capture the CO2 prior to the further treatment for it to be sent to the storage site. Once it has been gathered and captured, the emitters or the plant will require an infrastructure for us to transport the CO2 to the onshore gathering terminal. This infrastructure can be a pipeline if the distance of the plant or the emitters is nearby to the onshore terminal, or it can also be extended to have a long-haul shipping for us to transport the liquefied CO2 to the onshore terminal. Given that in Malaysia, we have seen that a lot of the industries are located over at the west coast of Malaysia, and the storage site is potentially to be on the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, we also see that the short-haul vessel might also be a solution for us to transport those gathered CO2 from the west coast of Peninsular Malaysia to the east part of the Peninsular Malaysia. Once it's been gathered at the onshore terminal, we just need to do a bit of a treatment for us to match the pressure and temperature for us to send the liquefied CO2 to the geological storage site. Right now, with the technical know-how that Petronas have, we have identified a few potential geological sites that meet the criteria of the sealant as well as the containment for us to permanently store the CO2. Well, I've always been asked whether are we going to produce back the CO2 later on for some usage like a converted or a derived CO2 product. Well, at this juncture, the converted or the derived CO2 product is sort of have a very small market segment. And the process to produce such utilization product is still very high, that it makes not economical for us to pursue into those segments at this juncture. unless there is an innovative technology that has been matured and levelized the cost to produce such product. However, even if we are able to monetize and levelize the cost to produce, there's still abundance of CO2 that we can get from even the onshore terminal, onshore gathering terminal for us to use for the derived CO2 product. Now, zooming in into Petronas, CCS, we have been deploying the technology since 2009 when we developed the capture technology, when we developed our Tangga Barat gas field. However, for the storage, although we have been performing the study of the geological site earlier, as early as 2007, we are only embarking into developing it recently. I just want to bring a bit why Petronas is adopting CCS. Aligning our effort towards just energy transition and our NZCE pledge declared in 2020, we recognize two principles that are critical. The first one, continuous and stable energy supply are still critical for Malaysia population and economy. Hence, while the cleaner energy supply is stabilized and become affordable, reach its levelization, the interim solution of a cleaner fuel for energy generation will be shifted to gas. There will be lesser and lesser of usage of oil as we move forward towards the energy transition. In Malaysia, there are still gas fields that can be developed and produced. We have a total of 23 TCF that can be monetized. However, majority of these gas fields are with high CO2 contents. Hence, moving forward, in 2020, we have decided that any high CO2 gas field that economically viable for us to produce need to have the scheme of carbon capture and storage for us to address the emission of the CO2. This will ensure that Petronas is sustaining the supply of the gas in Malaysia while avoiding as much as possible the release of the CO2. If we monetize the whole 23 TCF of gas that we have right now, we are looking at having about 1.1 billion tons CO2 release. Hence why we need to do the CCS inside each of the development. For upstream, currently we have two schemes for the development, including the CCS. The first one is actually to have the facilities, the capture as well as the processing of the gas as well as the CO2 to be offshore. We have done that in a few of our platform offshore. Although there is a limitation in terms of the footprint for us to do it offshore, the technology that can be deployed offshore for the capture and the separation of the CO2, namely membrane, is already been in a proven track record for us to deploy. The second scheme is actually having onshore removal facilities, onshore capture facilities. This one, you have a bit more flexibility in terms of the footprint, and a lot more technology can be deployed here. For example, absorption and adsorption. Although we have these two schemes, in terms of the capture and the separation, the end of the injection will still need to go to the geological site offshore. Hence why we need to do a careful evaluation when we take the study to monetize any of the high CO2 gas field. Okay. Going into Kasawari. Kasawari field is a gas field offshore of Sarawak. It contains about 25% CO2. The total gas volume that can be produced from Kasawari is estimated at about 4.5 TCF. That is about equivalent to about 760 million barrels of oil. If we produce the whole 4.5, we are looking at about having to handle 1 TCF of CO2. We proceed with the sanction of Kasawari in 2019 after the evaluation and striking the balance between having it CCS as well as maintaining the supply for our Malaysia LNG, as well as Sarawak domestic supply. The capacity of production from Kasawari, we are looking at about 900 million scarf per day, and that, if I can put it into a quantum that can be appreciated, is about generating 58 cargo of MLNG on a yearly basis. The capture is being done at Kasawari Central Processing Platform. This is the heaviest and the biggest offshore structure in Malaysia so far, amounting to about 44,000 tons of steel in making the CPP. Currently, as of noon today, the CPP is already on a barge heading, and it will be leaving the quayside soon to be installed offshore. After that, we are targeting to have the hookup and commissioning for the Kasawari field itself, and the production is targeted to be early next year. As for the storage side, we have already taken sanction late last year. The engineering work is currently being done, and the construction work, the early construction work, is also being done currently, and we are looking at about the same size of facilities or slightly lower in terms of the tonnage for us to do the injection. This is because once the CO2 is being separated, it needs to be pressure up for us to send it offshore and overcome the reservoir pressure for it to be injected and permanently stored at offshore. The identified depleted field for the storage of the CO2 coming from Kasawari is named M1. It is about 130 kilometers away from Kasawari itself, and here we are transporting the CO2 via a pipeline. The target injection into the storage site will be end of 2025, early 2026. Again, by doing the CCS, we are able to address about 76 million ton CO2 equivalent from being released to the atmosphere. That is Petronas' first CCS, complete CCS project, and it's a significant milestone for us because in the region, we are the leading in terms of doing a CCS for oil and gas industries. I think just to echo, or rather, it's more of rising to a challenge of Yang Berhormat Menteri Ekonomi, Rafizi Ramli, about being ambitious. Just now, during our study, we have identified a potential of storage site of about 2.4 billion ton. That volume is actually sufficient not only for us to offer for the industry in Malaysia, but also we foresee that it can be also offered to the regional hard-to-abate industries. Hence, we are setting ourselves for a stretch target for us to join together with Malaysia industries to realize the NETR that has been launched this afternoon. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Narayan. Now, before we move on, a quick reminder for everyone who drove here today. If you'd like to validate your parking tickets, you can do so at the foyer for a flat rate of 17 ringgit. And don't forget to drop off your event tags in the boxes provided as you exit the ballroom today so we can recycle them for future use. From world-scale projects, we now move to a key component in the development of any project, financing. For that, we are pleased to invite Mr. Jigar Shah, Head of Sustainability Research for Maybank, to share with us the bank's lens on ESG in sustainable financing. Mr. Jigar?
Good afternoon. YB Rafizi Ramli, Minister of Economy. YB Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmed, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity on this very important new policy launch day here in Malaysia. It's my pleasure and privilege to showcase Maybank's ESG capabilities in terms of the research product and also talk about a few highlights from our just released note on mobility transition. I'll first start with the background on our ESG research. So, our ESG research journey started in early 2020, and the context of that is coming from a couple of areas. The non-financial reporting is coming of age, and it's likely to be as universal as financial accounting in the next few years. So it's going to be mainstream, it's going to be harmonized, and it's getting priced in. As per Brand Finance, 90% of the value of S&P stocks is from intangible assets. And if we look at the PRI signatories, their assets under management are now over $120 trillion. So that underscores the importance of looking into ESG research, quantifying it, bringing the myriad ESG material issues for industries and companies into financial integration with companies and sectors, assess it in terms of the risk and opportunities from the point of view of their revenue, costs, cash flows, and enterprise value. So this is where we anticipated the changes that are coming up, and hence we invested in developing capabilities for an enhanced ESG research product. We started with flagging the material ESG issues in our 1.0 version of the report, and now we have moved on to doing scoring and rating for companies under coverage. Before assigning the scoring and rating, which I will showcase in a bit, what we do is take up incisive understanding of the ESG practices at a company, whether it is at a bolt-on level or it is really embedded in their processes, whether they really walk the talk, whether it is part of operational excellence, and so on and so forth, whether it is validated by a third party, and so on and so forth. Here are some of the samples of the research that we issued in the recent past. The first one we are quite proud of in terms of the utility sector report, which had specific spotlight on the utility sector transition globally and in ASEAN. And it won us a Gold Shield Award from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Very well received by clients, by corporates, and all other stakeholders. Then we also wrote about the net zero targets and the voluntary carbon markets. We have been writing regularly on the ESG outperformance of equities. Now I want to quickly put your attention on to our very popular ESG 2.0 report, which we launched last year and now covers almost 60% of our coverage of stocks in ASEAN. On the extreme right, you see a one page which covers three important aspects of a corporate's ESG transition. Quantitative factors, all material E, S, and G quantifiable factors for 3 years compared with a peer within the country or outside, followed by qualitative factors and ESG governance and its connection with the employee pay, and finally the targets and metrics laid down by a company. 50% is the weightage for the quantitative factors, and the qualitative and targets get 25% each. If the score at the end of it is less than 50, then it's below average. If it's 50, it's average, and generally most companies do not cross 70, so they are slightly above average. But companies above the score of 70 are really leading in their industry group, or their business is very low risk in nature, like some software or technology companies. So this 2.0 ESG report has been very well received by clients, and they have been able to use this bespoke analysis very well. Even good feedback and interaction with corporate on this. And eventually where it is leading us to is, if you see here on the left side, the table shows within the utility sector, what are the scores of different companies, and that allows you to compare where they are in the transition journey. And on the right side table is a very potent analysis. If there is no carbon tax in this part of the world, if we were to use a carbon adjusted matrix, what will be the impact on the earnings of these companies? Because they have humongous amount of emissions, and there would be either a situation of very large loss of earnings if they don't transition, or there would be stranded assets. So it's quite relevant with what we have been discussing since this start of this afternoon. We intend to do more with this kind of analysis using biodiversity and other metrics, and also impact aspect of the analysis. Now quickly moving on to a report which we released today is on the mobility transition, and particularly the EV acceleration that we are likely to see in ASEAN. Most of the transition that we see today is energy transition, and the decarbonization of transportation is extremely important for us to get to a net zero by 2050 for the entire world. Transportation accounts for 22% of the world's emissions at 8 gigatons, of which 6 gigatons is from the road sector. And of that 6 gigatons, 45% comes from the personal mobility and 30% comes from the freight. The rest is others. So the first thing for decarbonization is electrification of energy. And there, if you see the electrification of energy, the record suggests that it's happening in the power generation and the heat, but it's not happening in transport. It's just at 4%. So that needs to go up. If we look at the public transport and share of population with convenient access in urban areas, we can see that the large part of Asia is lagging behind the developed markets, which means that the whole new ecosystem could be electric, and that would improve the overall access of vehicles to people. The particulate matter is another major issue in terms of pollution and health of people. So these are some of the reasons, compelling reasons for the transition to electric, which will sort out this issue. And on a positive note, it's also getting reflected in the investment getting into this sector. It's the second highest recipient of climate finance flows after the clean energy. And hopefully this revolution is also coming soon with a large amount of projects in ASEAN. Now coming to very specifics on ASEAN, it's only 4.5% of total transportation emissions in the world. But when we look at the per capita transport emission, the world average is 1.1 ton, and ASEAN ranges, so Malaysia is the highest at 2 tons or 2.1 tons, and followed by Singapore and Thailand. The reason is that the car ownership percentage in Malaysia is 82%, and in Thailand it is 51%, but in case of, I think, Vietnam, Indonesia, etc., it is in single digits percentage. So therefore that tells you that why Malaysia is on the higher side, and definitely there is a scope for improvement there with the electrification transition. The other thing is also that there is some amount of fuel subsidy in this part, and that could also help if it is eased out. In terms of progress of adoption, the world has reached very far ahead in the last 5 years at 14% penetration, with ASEAN at just 2.1% at the end of 2022. India is similar, slightly higher. And the key culprit for that is the green premium. That's the terminology made popular by Bill Gates. The green premium, when we look at on an upfront capital cost, is 13 to 187% higher. And on a total cost of ownership basis, even after very low cost of using the vehicle, in case of electric or hybrid, it is still 5 to 40% higher. And that's the major issue which needs to be attacked. So one of the analysis done by John Doerr, the renowned venture capitalist, says that unless a car is priced at $11,000 in India or similar countries and at about $25,000 in China kind of countries, you cannot have a mass adoption. Then you have to look at public transportation or shared mobility and make that bigger if that's not happening. So except Singapore right now, ASEAN has a lot of this green premium, which is why the adoption is low. The other major reason is very low charging facility. So less than 1% of the world's installed charging capacity is in ASEAN. And it's a chicken and egg situation, whether you have vehicles first or you have charging first. The answer is there should be more charging first. And initially it would be loss making because, say for example, right now in India, the biggest charging provider, his utilization is between 5 and 10%. So we have, in fact, in our report, we have provided the entire analysis of how and when it breaks even and what should be the kind of charges on that, etc. And my last slide, I'm talking of some lessons here on the transition for ASEAN and for Malaysia. I'm glad that a lot more positive comments than what I was anticipating have been made today by the honorable ministers, and I think that is a very positive message from today. But I just want to summarize quickly what we have put out is that pricing and the other incentives and subsidies on EVs need to be consistent, and they need to be slightly more than what they are today. Secondly, the second-hand vehicles also should get some benefits, like in the US, and that will create a second-hand market which is depriving today the consumers from going for an electric vehicle. Similarly, special incentives can be given to the B2B segment, and this ties in well with their corporate net zero targets. In fact, the importance to renewables is there when you see any net zero target for a corporate, but nobody writes about how much amount of vehicle decarbonization they can do in their own operations or outside of it in their value chain. I did speak about the charging infrastructure, which definitely needs more incentives. Battery ecosystem is critical if you want to bring down the entry price, and in particular develop indigenous technology or the import substitution. Also, it will mean that there is a just transition happening in your industry. Otherwise, today the Japanese dominate most of the automobile industry in this part of the world, and I think the Chinese are grabbing the share because the Japanese have been late or still somewhat reluctant on the electric technology. Last but not the least, the role of green hydrogen. I think on the long haul trucks, the green hydrogen based ecosystem will be critical to decarbonize them. And I'm glad that today's announcement clears the fact that Malaysia is ready for it, and they would also have this trials taking place like in Europe, in UK and in India, which has a huge potential, and that would be a game changer even for the overall ecosystem. Lastly, electric buses. One great example is Shanghai, which has got almost 100% electric buses in the city. So these are some of the takeaways with which I end my presentation. Thank you once again for the opportunity, and I will leave the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jiga, for those insights and laying the context for the next item on our program today, where Maybank will launch the Maybank Enhanced ESG Research Initiative and Thematic Research Report on Mobility Transition. For this, may we invite to the stage Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, accompanied by Tan Sri Zamzam Zairani Muhammad Isa, Chairman of Maybank, Dr. Hasnita Dato Hashim, Chairman of Maybank Investment Bank, and Dato Khairul Saleh Ramli, President and CEO of Maybank Group. And to witness the act of the launch, can we invite on stage Dato Muzaffar Hisham, Group CEO of Global Banking, Maybank, Mr. Michael O. Lau, CEO of Maybank Investment Banking Group, and Dato Fadil Muhammad, CEO of Maybank Investment Bank. To activate the launch, we invite Dr. Hasnita and Dato Khairul Saleh to respectively insert the plugs into the slots. Dr. Hasnita, Dato, on my count of 3. In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Maybank in launching the Enhanced ESG Research Initiative and Thematic Research Report on Mobility Transition. Let's have a round of photographs to capture the occasion. Thank you, Yang Berhormat and Maybank. Maybank's Enhanced ESG Research Initiatives will support Maybank Group's sustainable finance targets and the NETR, with financing being a critical enabler of the NETR, which expedites the financing needs for new infrastructure and technologies for energy transition and decarbonization. Maybank's thematic research report on mobility transition, entitled ASEAN Mobility Poised for EV Acceleration, is intended to be a reference or guide for policymakers, investors, and businesses to prepare for the disruptions in mobility transition. Now, moving swiftly along, next up we have a panel session on The Future is Green, Hyperscalers' Commitment to Sustainable Power. And to do this with us, we have Ken Haig, PhD, Head of Energy and Environmental Policy, Asia Pacific and Japan at Amazon Web Services, Megawati Key, Regional Director, Malaysia and Indonesia at Google Cloud, and Dr. Andrew Lau, Cloud Strategy and National Transformation Partnership Director at Microsoft Malaysia. This conversation will be led by Paul Yup, Technology Analyst at CLSA. All yours, Paul.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. Can you hear me? Hi, nice to meet you.
Okay, up next we have a very exciting session. So we have three distinguished guests on the stage with us. So collectively, the companies that they represent hold a 65% share of the cloud computing market globally. Demand for digital services has been growing rapidly. If we look at since 2010, the number of internet users has doubled. Internet traffic has grown about 25 times, and we expect this demand to continue if we think about new applications such as blockchain, AI, cloud gaming, and etc. As we stand, data centers today consume about 1% of electricity demand globally. But if we continue on this trajectory, there are some estimates that this figure could reach as high as 10% of global energy demand. But positively, there are ways to counter this. As we move on to the title of our discussion today, The Future is Green, Hyperscalers' Commitment to Sustainable Power. So as we move on, the first question is, does growth in data actually equal to growth in electricity consumption? Can you talk a bit about the energy needs to support these mega trends, and also some of the methods you have employed to minimize energy usage? So maybe you can start with Ken, and then we go with Megawati, and then Dr. Andrew. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. And in answer to your question about data and consumption, so let me say two things. That yes, there has been a growth in data. Second, that we're already seeing a decoupling, however, in terms of growth in data and decoupling from growth in emissions, right? And so that's a key development that I think is worth talking about. And the third point is really where that's coming from. Energy efficiency is one of the major drivers for that decoupling that I'm going to talk about. So just first on growth, you're absolutely right. If you look at the IEA data for the last decade, right, 1% consumption has actually stayed remarkably flat since 2010, even as that 25 times increase in internet use that you talked about has increased exponentially. And a lot of that is due to the investments in energy efficiency by cloud service providers, like the ones here on the stage today. We, as Amazon, have grown our business quite a bit since 2006, when we started. We're the most comprehensive, broadly adopted cloud provider today, with more than 200 fully operational services. That's across 99 availability zones and more than 30 geographic regions across the world today, including here in Malaysia, where we have set up an investment in $6 billion US, 25.5 billion ringgit over the next 15 years to build out a region here. And we're excited because that provides not just the high availability and highly available and reliable internet and cloud-based services to our customers, it also helps provide the tools for reducing energy use. And it begins with the energy efficiency that we're investing in our business. So we've seen, for example, from the sustainability report that we just put out last week, that even as our business is growing, our total emissions are going down. So we're on the right trajectory. And we're really seeing, not just from the IEA report that I mentioned, but in our own operations, that energy efficiency is the kernel for all of this. And where we get our energy efficiency from, as you were mentioning, it starts from the ground up, like literally from chip to the grid. And so we, as Amazon, have invested in our own custom-built, purpose-built processors, for example. So if you look at the Graviton 3 processor, 60% more efficient than any available instance. Same for some of the AI/ML processors. You were mentioning AI/ML is one of the areas where we expect data use to grow. So this is true for the AWS Trainium chip, so 30% energy efficiency there. Inferentia, it's our ML inference chip. That is a 54% energy efficiency increase that you see there. The important thing here is that all of this results in cost savings for our customers too. And I think this is another area where if you look at, we had a research report, 451 research report that was done, finding that for the average customer moving their on-premises workloads into the cloud today, for AWS Cloud, it would be an immediate 80% reduction in terms of nearly 80% reduction for energy use associated with those workloads. And the reason why that's important is because it's helping customers save costs as well, right? The less energy they need to run their workloads, the less time they spend running the workloads in the cloud, the more they can save money. So helping our customers to move to the cloud, save energy, save once they're in the cloud. Another area that we work with is how do we maximize utilization rates, right? It's great to have the most efficient hardware, but how are you making sure that customers are using that most efficiently? So it's another area where we'll help our customers to try and optimize their workloads once they're in the cloud, even after taking advantage of the move to that environment.
Okay, yeah, so hi everyone. Let's say hi first. I think it's important. So thank you so much for this opportunity. So my name is Mega, I represent for Google Cloud, Indonesia and Malaysia. Some fun fact is that the Mega actually means cloud. Okay, so you can remember me by that. So one of the things that I'm very proud to say, we talk about hyperscalers, talking about sustainable power, is what is important is that while we have a large amount of data that we have to organize, we have to manage, but the one thing that's important is that it doesn't mean that with the increase of data, there's a proportional growth in electricity usage. Actually, in fact, it's actually getting more efficient. The best thing about using cloud or hyperscalers, you're able to manage a lot of other workloads, but without having that increased electricity consumption. So one thing, especially right now, with the increase of data analytics, you mentioned AI, machine learning, Gen AI, which is the trending topic right now, is very, very important that all this compute power is made available without the increase of energy. So this is very critical, and because the consumption actually has slowed down very significantly. Why is that? Because we're using better technology, right? If you think about it, one of the things that we are doing in Google, which we are very proud of, because we run the world's biggest amount of information and data, we can reduce the energy of training the model by up to 100 times. And in fact, by an emission, by up to 1,000 times. So that you can see the kind of help that we're putting in clean energy. Other than that, Google data centers across the world, and like I said, we run the world's biggest information, is designed to be built to operate to maximize efficiency. So if you think about the biggest compute power, probably I would say it's Google, and you can see that all Google, all Google owned and operated data center is more than 1.5 times as energy efficient as a typical enterprise data center. So if you think about it, if you put it on Google Cloud compared if you put it in your own data center, the energy consumption is much, much lower. And if you think about compared to 5 years ago, everyone, we now deliver more than 3 times as much computing power with the same amount of electrical power. So there's a lot of savings, not only in terms of energy, but of course in terms of cost. In addition to that, to support the next generation of fundamental advances in AI and machine learning, Gen AI and the latest technology that we are providing to the market, our latest TPU version 4 is proven to be one of the fastest and most efficient and most sustainable infrastructure hub in the world right now. So we are very, very excited to be part of this journey, especially with Malaysia. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew from Microsoft Malaysia. Just like my colleagues here, clearly from Microsoft perspective, we're also building a lot of data center infrastructure, right, all over the world. We have more than 60 plus what we call Azure regions, more than 100 availability zones, inclusive here in Malaysia as well. As announced a couple of years ago, we are also building our data centers here as well, here in Malaysia. So we are part of this team here that really encourages the growth of data. And Paul has said that it has grown 25 times. And at the same time, holding the responsibility to have it all very sustainable. And it's very pleased to hear that, in fact, the IEA's reporting is just like 1% of the world's electricity consumption, and that has been kept fairly stable. So how do we do this, right? How do we do this together as a team? I think the first thing is really looking upon ourselves, looking in the mirror. What can Microsoft do? Within Microsoft, we do have a vision of what we call 100-100-0, basically to take 100% of the electricity, 100% of the time with zero carbon. That's our vision going forward. And by 2030, we would be achieving that vision, okay? So there are a lot of things which are perhaps a little bit outside our control, especially how do you decarbonize the grid. We have heard this morning, a lot of good speakers talk about that, the technology involved, as well as the cost involved. But clearly, from Microsoft's perspective, we are moving towards that element. But there's also the other element, because who consumes this data together with us is our customers, right? So the next question falls back is, other than looking to ourselves, how do we help our customers actually do three things? Number one is to really report, okay, and record. And lastly, how do we help them reduce? And that's where we are also coming out with software. At the same time, we are also promoting clearly a lot of cloud services, right? Again, to the point, generative AI is going to consume huge amount of power. You have seen some of the servers already, pictures of InfiniBands, pictures of huge amount of servers stacking up around the world. And now, of course, the consumption of all these chips. So clearly, as we go by, there will be a reflection of some degree of high power consumption. But it's really, again, not about us. It's about us ourselves looking in the mirror with the vision of 100-100-0 as part of our responsibility, as well as also, very, very important, the other element of who is using this compute, which is our customers, and how we help them together with the services that we have got within cloud, within Azure, to help them report, reduce, as well as also ensure that they are also fulfilling their targets at net zero, which we have heard so many of them actually come out with that particular vision.
Thank you. So how does sustainability come in play when we discuss about energy? Can you share with us on some of your company's policies and targets with regards to the usage and demand of green energy?
Same order?
Yeah, same order.
Okay. So we think about sustainability in three ways. Sustainability of the cloud, in the cloud, and through the cloud. And so basically, sustainability of the cloud is all the investments that we were just talking about a second ago in energy efficiency. We have, as all of Amazon, a 2040 net zero carbon goal that we established as a part of the climate pledge. One of the ways that we're getting there, first off, is to not use the energy that we don't need to in the first place. The cleanest energy we can use is that which we don't in the first place, right? So energy efficiency is always the first thing we're looking at. The next thing that we've done, though, is we've invested in renewable energy. And I think this is a really exciting time to be here and hearing all of the investments that are being planned in Malaysia, because that's precisely what we're looking for. The remainder of our energy use, we're looking to renewable energy for. We have a 100% renewable energy goal that when I started a few years ago was a 2030 goal. We've since moved that up to 2025. We're on track to meet that. 90% of the way there globally. And we're continuing to do some of the biggest first renewable energy deals here in this part of the world, which has been historically a more challenging place to get renewable energy. So that includes things like the 210 megawatt deal that we negotiated in Indonesia, announced at the G20 last year with PELAN there. Some of the largest corporate power purchase agreements have been done in Singapore to date, a 62 megawatt deal with Sunseap and 18 megawatt deal with Semcor there. This year alone, we did our first, largest deals respectively in Japan, New Zealand, and India. So I'm excited at the progress we're making on those renewables purchases. We also have, when we talk about efficiency, it's important to think about water, right? So one thing you may not know, for data centers, when they're cooling, the most efficient way to cool data centers is to use evaporative cooling, right? And there's a trade-off. If you don't use water, it costs more energy. But if you use water, you want to make sure that, particularly in water-scarce regions, you're not using up a valuable resource. And so we've done a lot on water efficiency. We also are doing a lot to try and make sure that we're using non-drinking water to begin with, so recycled water. We use this in our data centers in Singapore, for example. Also, we have a program where we're giving back more to the communities in which we work than we're consuming. So last year, we set a goal to be water positive by 2030. And so what that means is we're going to be providing more water than we consume, right? One of the ways we're doing that is connecting communities to clean, safe, and hygienic water supply. And so we've worked with water.org, for example. We established a $10 million fund last year where we're going to connect 100 million people around the world to fresh drinking water. And we've started already doing those programs in places like India, Indonesia, where we've connected over 100,000 households to those kinds of programs. And then I would say one more thing that we're doing of the cloud is equipment reuse. You may not be aware, but there's a significant emissions associated with breaking down used equipment into parts, recycling, and disposing of those parts. We're trying to be very careful about the way that we design our equipment so that we're using less carbon in the equipment itself. We're also trying to make sure that we're reusing our equipment more than we can and repairing more than we used to. So we've extended the lifetime that we use for our equipment, and then we have a reuse and processing center that we've built here in Southeast Asia, and we're going to be expanding operations of those programs as well. So that's all sustainability of the cloud. In the cloud, I talked about how we're helping our customers to optimize their workloads, make sure that once they're in the cloud, they're using no more than they need to, right? Save costs, save energy, helps free up capacity for others. And then the last point is through the cloud. And this is one I think I'm most excited about. For most of our customers, their cloud use is only a very small part of their overall carbon footprint. But there's a lot that they can be using to drive greater efficiencies through the cloud. And so when I think about traditional energy companies like Total or Shell, these are companies that are trying to transform digitally, but also transform their businesses. And so we've worked with them not only to transform their operational efficiency through use of the cloud, but help grow their renewables businesses. We're actually one of Shell's biggest renewables customers in Europe today, for example. And GE, another good example. They have a lot of sensors in their wind turbines, you may not know, but using the cloud to optimize their wind production has been a huge boon in terms of how they get the best value out of those assets, and all of that's underpinned by the cloud. And we're very excited about partnership possibilities with Petronas, for example. We have a partnership with Petronas and Accenture, where we'll be working with them on digital transformation as well. So very excited about the opportunities for through the cloud transformation.
Okay, so for Google Cloud, we are working in two areas. So the first one is our internal use. So in 2017, what we did became the first major company that we were committed to make 100% of our annual global electricity used with renewable energy. 100%, which is actually very, very remarkable. So what we have continued to do so ever since. And today, now we are pursuing a net zero emission policy across the whole operations. Imagine the global operations that we are doing across the value chain that we have by 2030, and supported with a very, very big ambitious plan to run all our offices, all our campuses, everything, and data centers 24/7 on green energy. So this is a very big, ambitious goal that we are doing. So looking at the supply chain, the business operations, regulators, and all the end users that needs to be brought along in order to achieve this. So in addition to that, other than that, we also believe that Google has a very unique opportunity because we're serving a lot of users, like many of you. So many of you also use Google Maps. Many of you use Gmail and the rest of it. So what are we doing in this? So we've helped more than 1 billion users. Imagine that concurrently across the world, every day and every time, to make sustainable choices. For example, what we do is to offer eco-friendly routes. When you try to look at Google Maps, to make it faster to your destination, or you choose the flights. You can actually choose the flights which is have less carbon-intensive flights. So you can do that also for Google flights. This offers energy efficiency scheduled with smart thermostat, where we have a Google Nest products. So those are the things that we're also doing to help a lot of our users to save on their carbon emission. So we also save on energy bills at the same time. So while we are helping our partners and customers to reduce their emissions, sustainability goals by advancing transformative technology for sustainability and also for climate action, cloud is really helping to transform the industry. So if you think about it, we made a lot of investment to get a cleaner cloud computing by making all our data centers amongst the most efficient in the world. In fact, our tagline to be the cleanest cloud anywhere. So by making this, we're able to help our customers in that process to use digital technology, whether it's AI, machine learning, making sure we have security, making sure that we have good analytics by monitoring and optimizing the cloud-related emissions. And we choose the best cleanest cloud that you can have. Thank you.
Yeah, so for Microsoft, clearly I've talked about on the carbon side, the 100-100-0 vision, right? We are also making our data centers by 2025 net zero. There's the other element that we talk about really is, again, how do we help our customers? And we have in Azure the vision to actually a report for every service in Azure, that is the Microsoft Cloud, anytime of the day, the exact carbon footprint. And that's really important because if you look at what's happening here in Malaysia, right, there is a strong tendency with Dato and Bursa through the CSI program, right, the centralized reporting sustainability intelligence program. The question is really how do customers actually report that information? And it's really important. We all agree that going to cloud will be a very important factor because of the initiatives that all the hyperscalers are actually taking to make their cloud as green as possible. But more important also is how do the other people in the community, in the industry, also take advantage of that to report. And that's where, from our side, we are helping this a lot, right? Really to ensure that our customers record, report, and reduce through scientific ways, not just, hey, we talk about it. What are the scientific metrics? What are the science-based indexes that are currently being used? And how do we work with partners in the ecosystem? Of course, within the country that we are in, as well as globally. Now, from a renewable energy standpoint, just like what Ken said, we have been working also with the local partners. We are a big supporter of the CGPP program, which has been launched, and a fantastic initiative that allows really the purchase of carbon credits, so as to be able to reduce our footprint as well. We continue to work with the likes of Petronas Centauri, not only for themselves, but also globally. How do we work together with them? We have, in fact, worked with them in India as well, and now in Malaysia. We've also been actively participating in contributing our views towards cross-border type of renewable energy exchanges. How can Microsoft, and together with the other hyperscalers, right, given the fact that we are part of the carbon footprint, right, and a big part of it as well, and we know that's going to grow, how do we, together in the country, work together with all these partners and the community in order to promote the vision? Just like what Ken said, water is also a very important element in any sustainability journey. Carbon is well thought of, but in data centers, we use a huge amount of water. So from Microsoft perspective, this is where we want to make sure that we are so-called water positive by the year 2030, i.e. we put in more clean water into the system than taking water from the system by 2030. So that's also a very important parameter for us. The last one being waste, e-waste. Data centers, admittingly, do generate e-waste, right? Storages, servers sometimes don't work, and we have to recycle them. And we have to ensure that e-waste, especially in countries like us, where we are building data centers, right? We do not contribute to additional e-waste. There's already enough e-waste that we all are guilty of. We have handphones, we have a lot of handphones, old handphones at home. So we have a vision by 2030 as a company, we are zero waste, right? So that's how we look at things to ensure that, again, as a community, in the community that we are actually participating in as part of the digital infrastructure to accelerate the transformation that is required for the economy, how do we ensure that also sustainability is a big part of what we actually promote on a daily basis for ourselves, looking inwards, as well as also with our partners and our customers.
Thank you very much. I believe we only have time for one last question. So to conclude the session, what are your remarks on Malaysia's NETR and specifically how it maps to your company's objectives? And since most of your companies have a large footprint worldwide as well, what policies can we take from other countries, or what other policies would you like to see implemented to help your companies achieve your sustainability goals?
So I'll try to be quick with this one. I'm really excited by NETR today. I was thrilled to see everything that was discussed. Again, one of the reasons why we are excited about investing here, $6 billion over the next 15 years, is because we really want to provide some of those tools that are going to help that energy transition. And one of the ways we do that, I talked about sustainability of the cloud, right? We're going to be as efficient as possible, but we will need to purchase renewable energy for the remainder of our energy use. And so having access to renewable energy here is going to be really important. You mentioned the corporate green power pilot. We're watching this with interest as well. I would highlight into your question about policies. Amazon has been the world's largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy around the world for the last 3 years running, over 20 gigawatts of renewable power enabled to date. 1 gigawatt of that was in India in the last year alone. And the key for India unlocking that kind of investment from Amazon was enabling virtual power purchase agreements. This is, at the heart of the CGPP program. We're hoping that this will be a mechanism that's available beyond the pilot for the long term, because it's a very flexible way. It's a win-win-win, really. If you can get, the assurance that the developers need to build those projects in the first place, get the consumers like us access to renewable power, but it's also a win for the grid, right? Because we're willing to pay for that renewable energy to be brought online. It doesn't cost to the taxpayers, but we need the means of making those direct investments. And then the last point is the through the cloud part. I think there's a lot of exciting opportunity with all of the solar and all of the electric vehicles that were talked about today as well. We have utility customers who are doing just that, taking all of the solar panels and all of the data generated from smart inverters, thinking about what you can get from smart grid, who's charging their cars at what time of the day, where is the solar power most concentrated and abundant, and thinking about how can you match supply and demands. All of these kinds of programs can be run through the cloud. So we have utility customers in places like Australia, highest solar penetration in the world, and combining that data with electric vehicle consumption. Happy to talk about how we can do more, I think, on that front here as well. Thanks.
Okay. I think first of all, I would like to congratulate the Malaysian government for putting this. And we, from Google, we really welcome this National Energy Transition Roadmap. And we're very, very supportive because it actually also aligns with our company's goal. So in the Malaysian government efforts to move to 70% renewable energy by 2050. So that's really remarkable. So similarly, what Google does is we're very committed to our own sustainability goal of obtaining net zero emissions by 2030. Okay? With that, we also look forward to build a positive relationship with the government, with also with a lot of the enterprise customers here, as we've been since our operations in 2011. So to achieve this sustainability goal and realize the benefits of the digital economy, we actually would like to give some recommendation. And we recommend that the Malaysian government and enterprise customers to work with us to pursue a cloud-first policy. Because a cloud-first policy, in addition to building a digital economy in Malaysia, it actually helps to help not only the economy, but to help the green energy agenda that you have. Because we'll try to consolidate and provide that clean energy for the country, not only for Malaysia, but across the region. If I can share an example that we are doing in different countries across the region, we're helping EVs, and we've plot out where are the locations that we need for the recharging station. And we combine our Google Analytics and Google Map. And it's not only one country, because a lot of the other countries are putting in incentives to drive the EV adoption. So we'll be very happy to work with Malaysia in different countries to drive that even further, because this is very important for our economy and also for our climate. Not only, in addition, I'd like to add is that in terms of what we call the power usage effectiveness, which is PUE, for Google itself, our data center is 1.1 times, which is actually the lowest in the industry. A typical enterprise data center is anywhere from 1.5 to 1.6. So while we're trying to consolidate the power, electricity usage, we're able to drive also a lot of computing power for your digital transformation journey. And in addition to that, you can see a lot of, like I said earlier, the Gen AI transformation, but I want to make sure that this is provided, delivered with the cleanest energy that's possible, and hopefully with Google Cloud. Thank you.
Yeah, like my colleagues here, tremendously excited about the announcement today, right, on the transition plan, and congratulations to the Malaysian government. Yes. As a Malaysian myself, working here for last 20 years, very excited to do that, also part of the Microsoft community, where we are building data centers, and clearly it aligns very, very well in what we are actually doing in our own vision as a company, as well as also vision for the country. And having this plan in place is something which is really, really exciting. Coming to the point of learning from the other countries, yes, indeed, we are learning from the other countries. There are some countries who are fortunate enough where they can, at least the data centers there from Microsoft, actually use 100% renewable energy, right? And that's because they've got abundance of renewable energy in that particular country. And this is really great. So how do we learn from them? How do we also infuse technology, things like Fluid immersion, servers in water today, right? Or special fluids, shouldn't call them water. Special fluids, right? Where they are actually cooled as they process. And it's really, really important. And again, we are also bringing that kind of technology, working together with Malaysian companies, right? Working together with Malaysian companies. And these are new things that are actually coming into the country. As part of the ecosystem, the important thing for us is, while we are learning from the other countries, how do we build the ecosystem? And there's tremendous talent in this country, even in renewables. I myself get involved in some of the social entrepreneur aspect, where they are thinking about very ambitious and very creative ways of actually building a sustainable Malaysia. This falls in very nicely with what we do in part of our data center build, and of course, bringing digitization, and as well as also bringing the data center to Malaysia. So I think the program itself is great. We are also wanting to help our customers. We are also trying to work together with the community on how we can promote that vision, right? As well as also aligning it to Microsoft, learning from abroad, as well as also participating in many of the local programs that are being put forward, the national programs, CGPP being one of them. How do we also help renewable energy startups, renewable energy coming up? And that's why you see from Microsoft, we are very supportive of new programs, i.e. not just existing RE in the system, but new RE that is pumping into the system. And we are in fact very supportive and really looking for this kind of initiatives so that we can work together with these generators and we as an off-taker as we build the digital infrastructure here in Malaysia.
On that note, thank you very much for participating and all the best for the future. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, panelists. If you could step forward for a quick group photograph. Thank you. We now come to the final item on this power-packed agenda, no pun intended there, and none other is more apt to take this session than our National Utilities Agency, Tenaga Nasional Berhad. Now, energy transition and meeting net zero goals in ASEAN countries will require an average energy investment of $220 billion until the year 2050. And key enablers to make this a reality include, among other things, policy clarity and a combination of public-private funding. Back home, TNB's energy transition strategy is aligned to the NETR objectives in balancing security of supply and affordability while accelerating decarbonization. And to talk to us about this, may I invite Dato Indra Engineer Bahrain bin Din, President and Chief Executive Officer of Tenaga Nasional Berhad, to share about accelerating a responsible energy transition in Malaysia and ASEAN. Dato, dipersilakan.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum, very good evening. YB Tuan Rafizi, Minister of Economy. My minister just left, NERCC. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate our two ministers, Economy and NRCC, for a very important ET agenda launching of our Phase 1 NETR today. A round of applause to the ministers. Tenaga indeed is very encouraged by the commitment from government in pursuing sustainability as one of the country's main agenda and as an engine of growth, maybe. And we are fully aware that Tenaga National Grid is key to facilitating this transition. You mentioned it a few times this morning, and ST Chairman also mentioned this a few times. Fully aware of that, and therefore allow me today to share some thoughts on this, on how Tenaga Nasional will support the ET agenda, and how we will be pursuing this through interconnection of the region, and this being the key enablers perceived for ASEAN decarbonization agenda. As you can see, as ASEAN transition towards net zero, electricity demand is expected to see growth of almost 3 times in Malaysia and 5 times in ASEAN region by 2050. That's quite a huge increase. And the most challenging part is that this demand is expected to be served through clean energy. While Tenaga would like to see a rapid transition, we are also mindful that ASEAN nations, including Malaysia, face the challenge of balancing the energy trilemma as shown there: affordability, sustainability, as well as security of supply. As not every country has the matching sets of solutions to achieve this balancing act. So in solving this, if we narrow our views specifically at the energy sector in Malaysia, only the solution set will be limited, and therefore the economics may not work. Therefore, we feel that the need to go beyond the traditional approach, that we should also look at cross sectors and cross border to optimize resources and leveraging on economies of scale. In view of this, Tenaga has outlined 3 strategic focus areas under TMB-ET pathway. This pathway takes into account both cross-sectorial as well as cross-border solutions. And with the launch of the NTR today, we believe that our focus areas will also support the priority set under NETR roadmap, which is to accelerate generation decarbonization, develop flexible cross-border grid, and empower cross-sector electrification. And we are confident that our deliberate action under this focus area will help us achieve the Tenaga national commitment for net zero by 2050. Let me go to the first one, accelerating generation decarbonization. Under our first strategic focus area of accelerating decarbonization, we will be reducing our emission and investing in clean tech for the future. Among the initiatives we are currently actively working on include reducing our generation from coal. You either do that by reducing the dispatching from the coal plant or retire early your coal plant. And that would probably require, because you need to make sure Tenaga remain at least neutral or positive on that transaction, probably considering swapping of asset with low emission technologies. That would definitely require government direction and endorsement. We are also looking at investing close to 15 billion ringgit in repowering our old Kappa coal plant and Parker coal plant with gas turbine, with hydrogen-enabled gas turbine. And therefore also exploring the CCU technology mentioned earlier this morning. While that is going on, we are also working on 3 floating solar projects involving our existing Sungai Perak and Kenyir, as well as exploring on our new NEGARA power plant in Kelantan. What key to us in crafting this strategy is always to ensure security of supply, affordability, while trying to attain the sustainability goal, inshallah. And therefore, we will continue to work closely with government to jointly define what this industry solution could be. On the grid side, our second strategic focus area, as I mentioned earlier, we will be developing a flexible and cross-border grid that would enable our aspiration of ramping up RE domestically and at the same time enabling greater interconnection within the region, therefore placing Malaysia as ASEAN energy hub. Our current grid system performance is world-class, 0.18 second minutes. However, we take cognition of the fact that the ET will bring new challenge. And in facilitating this transition, further upgrades are necessary. And in our early estimation, we expect to spend close to RM35 billion over the next 6 years up to 2030 to strengthen our grid, to make our grid strong enough to facilitate adoption of RE, for example. In structuring this cost to reduce its impact, TENAGA is also exploring many options, including potentially recovering this investment through differentiated value-based pricing tariff. For example, introducing premium for RE exports or green program for pro-consumer. Beyond our shores, beyond Malaysia, RE will also be critical in ASEAN decarbonization. Due to its intermittent nature of RE, that it will require resource sharing to meet the dynamic balancing of supply-demand between countries within the region. I think you are fully aware that no country can achieve its net zero aspiration alone. Therefore, building a strong 22 gigawatt ASEAN grid interconnection in TENAGA view is very critical to allow us to balance this energy trilemma. So in making this a reality, TMB has been actively working with our neighbors in Singapore, Thailand, and Indonesia to form a strong support for this quite old initiative, actually. Asian Grid is as old as 20 years old. But we need it now more than ever before. Sure. As I said earlier, the interconnected region will unlock opportunities, not only for Malaysia, but also for the region. In ASEAN alone, it is estimated that Ringgit Malaysia 200 billion in investment will be required to reach that targets I said just now. And Malaysia is well positioned as the ASEAN energy hub to capture this opportunity. To give a small example, even today, the implementation of our smart meters, we have spent close to 1 billion ringgit benefiting close to 60, 70 vendors since 2021. Therefore, I have the greatest of confidence that the NETR will bring forth more economic benefits that will enrich our nation's economy. We have also talked about the decarbonization of our supply and also the interconnecting grid. But all of this is to support the growing demand from electrification that will require green energy. So under our third and final focus area, TMB is committed to empower cross-sector electrification and prosumers to address the reduction of emission and increase energy efficiency across the value chain. And over the last 2 years, we have been seeing very rapid growth in two key cross-sectors, namely transport and telecommunication. Cross-sector, yeah? I'm pleased to say that TENAGA is ever ready to support the growth of these cross-sectors, i.e. EVs and data centers, with our green lane connection and green electricity supply, inshallah. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, TENAGA will continue to push through our three strategic focus areas because we believe that these cross-sectors and cross-border solution will help Malaysia reach its net zero in the most cost-optimum way. And once again, I applaud our minister that have been driving ET for Malaysia. Thank you very much, YB. Yeah. As timing is right, timing is right to advance sustainability solution that will power the next growth of Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato'. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this installment of Invest Malaysia 2023, which featured the launch of the National Energy Transition Roadmap and its flagship catalyst projects and initiatives. On behalf of Bursa Malaysia, Maybank, and CLSA, thank you, corporate leaders, distinguished guests, and members of the media for joining us today and making this event a success. Now, a quick reminder as you leave the ballroom today, if you'd like to validate your parking tickets, you can do so at the foyer for a flat rate of 17 ringgit. And don't forget to drop your event tags off in the boxes provided as you exit the ballroom today so we can recycle them for future use. Stay tuned for the next installment of Invest Malaysia. And until then, thank you once again for joining us and have a lovely evening ahead.